Good morning, everybody. Who's ready for some Borderlands 4? Oh wait, I have to cast this series for you people. I actually didn't plan on casting it at all, but then I felt guilty. Oh, did they not start game 2 yet? I saw the ending of game 1. Wait, are they in game? Am I missing it? No, they're in the lobby. What? No, they aren't. I literally see them. Oh, Andy's already up 2-0? Dang. Potential new job openings? I haven't. Internet memes to boomers, but I'm not even very well versed in internet memes myself. It's a temp job. Urchins, Byzantines, and Georgians Mayan. Yeah, I saw the ending of game 1. What's a groiper? See, the problem is that I'm a boomer in zillennial clothing. Terminally, really? All right, let me set up the scoreboard. It was a dog whistling neo-Nazi? Oh, I thought he was a leftist extremist, so that's what the news told me. All right, so Andy already up 2-0 pretty fast. He'll be here too. The Northeast on Skukuza as the Mongols, getting that orange Mongol bonus. And at the Southwest, down 0-2. He's going to need to start putting some puntos on the board. It will be the Sky Bear himself, Sorakuma. I didn't think we did. Oh, pushing in some zebra, of course. Yeah. Honestly, like, the way it's being treated in America is like, you know, Charlie Kirk was some Martin Luther King Jr. social reformist hero. It's really bizarre. Mm-hmm. You know, it's last hope. Ah, yeah. Anyway, I wonder what Blue's doing over here. Like, why did... Oh! Oh, this is getting real weird. Why are you here? Why do I have a very happy corgi smiling at me? Praising him, I guess. Can't be a bad guy, yeah. Ash. Ripped away or something like that. They literally had a moment of silence for him at the NFL game on Thursday, which was also 9/11. So they had a moment of silence for the, you know, Charlie Kirk, but not for the 9/11 victims like they normally do. Anyway, Andy's already killed 2 bills here. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Sora was trying to do here. Not like the Yankees. Well, next year's the 25th anniversary, so yeah. Oh my goodness. I don't know, guys. Sora seems pretty dead. Andy still has more of his eco actually working. Like, look at the resources difference. Bringing in a fresh set of villagers. Propaganda moment. Uh-huh. Last year. Even more leaving? Oh my goodness. Where are they going? Where's the immigration location? The immigration location of choice. Well, okay, so Sora does get a few Vil kills here. Swiss? I didn't think Switzerland liked a bunch of people coming in. Nothing to do with him or is a lie. World's messed up right now. I mean, you're not getting any closer to feudal age as Sora. Like, look at the res discrepancy. I really don't get this whole building pastures in the middle of the map sort of thing. No, the real turning point was the death of Harambe. That's when we entered the bad timeline. Which, come to think of it, was also 10 years ago. The same year? Yep. That's a big thing with immigration in America, is a lot of seasonal workers come from Mexico and other countries in Central America. 2016, yep. Okay, you're on your way up to feudal age, but you don't have a barracks yet. And what are you going to do? Make one scout cavalry? That's not going to deal with 7 militia. You're going to make one skirmisher? Again, same issue. You're 1,000 resources behind. It is actually ridiculous. Well, I'm sure they do. But, you know, you can always use statistics. You can pick and choose whatever statistic you want to fit your narrative. Was that cracks down immigration? Net immigration goes up because people believe they fear they can't come back? Yep. Even worse timeline? It can always be worse. Got and lost? Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, feudal age is in now for Orange. He's grabbing the men-at-arms upgrade. He still has 8 militia. Yeah, Andy actually is pretty close to Castle Age. That's wild. This really doesn't seem to be much of a series with Sean Connery. I'm just ready for the next semifinal, Hearttt versus Lewis. What happened to Yo? Got clapped by Heartt. Scale mail armor in. Not that mass Mongol men-at-arms is something we see very often, of course, but in this case it made all the sense in the world. Was worse? Oh, jeez. Yeah, and Andy can go ahead and click up right now. Right now. Right now. There we go. Is Lewis versus Hera? Hera would play in a Jon Snow tournament. Come on, German Discord. Oh dear. Uh-huh. Remember, these swordsmen have +1. What is that copy pasta? What? Like, why is that a copy pasta? Anyway, a couple stables are up for some step lancers. AoE zone? Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Come on, Sora. You're not gonna beat the Castle Age guy in Feudal Age. Well, you see, equal on villagers and also extremely far behind in army and map control, and is like comically far behind in resources. Your message failed to send. I didn't get a notification though, so it wasn't held by the auto mod. What a game! 14% difference in eco efficiency. Wild. I mean, Andy just kind of clapped Sora back to Voobly. Oops. It wasn't close, yeah. Oh, I have the wrong logo on. I'm killing AoE esports. Again. Guys, why did I bother streaming this? Why was I guilt-tripped into streaming this? Moo moo moo. Thanks for the 20 months, Epically Duck.
Moo moo moo.
Moo moo moo. Moo 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 moo. I stream because you're fabulous? I'm not even the fabulous one? What about Ornlu fabulous? Is a disgrace? But like, that's my entire thing, is that I'm a disgrace. Alright. 30 seconds. Alright. I'm gonna get some coffee. Ugh. So many ads? I didn't think T90 ran that many ads. He doesn't need to. Anyway, Andy gonna be here in the orange as the Hangugin to the west of the map. And to the east in the blue as the Vietnamese. It will be Sora. Yeah, but you can set how many ads you run. Alright, looks like Sora has lamed all of these zebra. Andy has also lamed all of the zebra. As greedy as I am? I am pretty greedy. No, YouTube is the one that seems to really not like it when you do manual ads anymore. Am I running no ads? No, I run ads. I do whatever the default ad setting is, or close to it. I think it's like 8 minutes an hour. No, if I didn't run any ads, oh my goodness. Oh, you betcha. Watching me? I mean, unless they automatically changed my ads. No, actually 9 minutes of ads an hour. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Guys. Maybe I see why I lost so much of my ad revenue. Oh, at some point, ads got turned off. Oh my goodness, that's why I was making less than 500 a month. Oh my goodness. No, well. Being worse than cable? Yep. Except you're subbed, so you're fine anyway. When it was off? Probably the last several months. Like I said, my revenue has just gone recently. When did it crater? A few months ago. Chunbi. Well, it was like around the time of cartographers, I think, when the viewership on the channel really plummeted. Because I was doing all right for Warlords. Well, Barracks coming in here from both players. Sora is going to be up faster. Ad block on? That's kind of weird. Because ads can depend on the country you're from. But, I mean, Sweden obviously is a rich country that should have plenty of ads. Did TOS take all my viewers? Yeah, basically, they took my jobs. That's basically what happened. Alright, range coming in here from Sora. Guys, if I don't see Skirm v Skirm, I'm going to be really disappointed. People are too happy. Well up, huh? Anyway, range coming in for Andy. Notably, I actually like this. He's at home with the archery range. He knows he's slower up to feudal age, so don't try and get this wall down. It's not really going to work out. It's sort of what Sora gets as the luxury of going up faster. What Andy has is he should have a better eco. Although Sora with Vietnamese also has the horse collar upgrade. I mean, Vietnamese are a faster civ. Go to Ornlu. I thought all the Norwegians went to Sweden to get the cheap booze, and then all the Swedes went to Finland to get their cheap booze, and then all the Finns went to Estonia to get their cheap booze. I thought that was how the transitive property of buying alcohol works. So where do the Danes go? Germany? Estonia's too expensive now? Jeez, what is the world coming to? $4 a liter? That is not bad at all. At least as far as, like, America goes. Is everyone whenever you invite them? Oh, that's something we strongly believe here, at least in my friend circle as well. Always bring food or booze. Right, Sweden or Copenhagen to get to Germany? But Denmark is connected. Oh, you mean like from the island that Copenhagen's on? Because Denmark does connect to Germany. You know, that they had a bunch of wars with that. tower is being stopped for the time being. I mean, Sora's really trying to make something happen, and I don't blame him for that. I mean, he's got horse collar, not that he can really know that Andy doesn't. The May mail from... Ah, that would check out. Alright, so Andy does finish the tower. Sora will relocate his tower. That would make sense. Yeah, I probably didn't notice it because that happened to coincide with a big dip in my viewership. So I just kind of assumed it was that the lack of viewership, not that it was the lack of viewership plus me losing ad revenue. Probably why I didn't notice. Anyway, skirm time! Skirm time! Skirm time! Yo, dog, I heard you like ads, so you can ad while you ad. Really wanted to see ads? I mean, who doesn't want to watch ads on my channel? It's such great content. I hate having to run ads in the first place. But I'm not in a position where I can scrape a living without it. Alright, another defensive tower coming in for Andy. Issue. He doesn't have gold. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no gold! Yeah, that's actually what they've been doing in the NFL. Is that when they get to the red zone, which means like when a team is close to scoring a touchdown, they make it so that they do a picture-in-picture ad, and it's so freaking annoying. What? Oh, okay, no, he still brings the music. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Scenario was fun over and over again? Oh yeah, it's the same incredibly repetitive content. Dude, I have it on 9 a minute, or not 9 a minute, 9 minutes an hour, and that feels like it's plenty. Feels like it's just, anything more than that is like literally worse than basic cable. Throwing your throat anyway? Yeah, it's because they can get you on both sides, right? That's the max. Lol. Anyway, this is actually a pretty good game from Sora. He's dictating the pace of the game. He's much closer to Castle Age, and he's causing a lot of uncomfortableness from Andy. He does have a market at the back, so he obviously can sell a bit of stone. Oh, those are some great quick walls, though. Nightmare? Oh, it really is. Especially since I paid like over $100. I mean, I got a huge discount on it, but I paid for the Sunday ticket so I could watch all the NFL games. And it's like, I still have tons of ads. Chance for reverse sweep. Sora's playing well. No complaints with how Sora's approaching this one so far. Although Andy is still up to Castle Age faster. Oh, that's not something. Game Pass? You mean like the Sunday ticket for YouTube? It's like $450 or something. Normally, but I still have an active student email, so I got it for a little over $100. Anyway, Sora is up as well. Andy's, of course, going to drop a castle here in a moment. Does he have enough stone? I think he has enough stone. I'm, like, pretty sure he's got enough stone. Including the playoffs? Well, we also have YouTube TV that my parents just have to watch TV on. And that gives us all of the main ones anyway. I mean, that gives us all the main network games, including ESPN. I actually don't think you want wagons unless they are accompanied by lots of rocket carts, but that requires a lot of gold, and that's not something Andy has access to. That's where this castle comes in. He needs to use it to secure some gold. That's what I'm saying. If Sora was faster up to Castle Age, he could make it a lot more difficult for Andy to actually get a castle down. As it stands, the Skirms are more or less just going to trade with each other. Yeah, YouTube TV, like, they actually offer regular TV. I mean, it's just kind of awkward right now for both players. Andy does have a villager kill. Oh, he doesn't have enough stone for a castle because he built the tower now. But there's a lot of vills here to punch it down, even if it is a guard tower. Oh, geez. Again, like, if Sora just had a bit of better eco management and could get to Castle Age faster. Honestly, the micro's pretty good, though. Knight is out, though. Knight is on the way. Bodkin coming in actually now for both players. Spearmen are actually getting good shots on the Scout Cavalry. That Knight is doing a lot of work. This tower has already taken 2,100 damage. Fire Lancer even coming in. And Andy has to retreat. Defensive castle's coming in, but look at this castle. It really doesn't do a very good job of securing this gold. That's why Andy wanted the castle forward. So honestly, if you're Sora, you can still just tower this gold if you want. Monastery coming in. And more skirmishers are on the way here for Sora. Fire Lancer will at least do a bit to help protect against the Knight here. AD, villager counts are even, overall KD is even, resources collected are even. It still feels like it's anyone's game right now. Of course, we do like the fact that Andy has a castle, but again, he just doesn't have good gold access. Elite Skirmishers coming in, and that's going to help a ton versus the war wagons. Anyway, the Monk will go ahead and go after the Knight. And it feels like, again, a castle around here for Sora could be really good. Well, the tower is certainly not a bad idea from Andy, but oh boy, here we go. Yeah, that castle is going to need to be placed a little bit further back, but I still think you can probably angle it so that, you know, you can get the castle up safely. What? Go on, Sora. Go on. All right, here comes the chateau. Yeah, you got Skirms, you got a Monk. And Andy's going to be off of gold again. Okay, there's going to be that gold over there, but still, that's only 2 tiles of gold. Rocket Cart coming in. Like I said, it would be an important tool if you are going for the war wagons, but still, it's so expensive. Can't go for the war wagons and the rocket carts, and Sora is immediately bumping over here in this direction. He knows he's playing the gold denial game, and he is very well set up to do just that. Ram push? I think it's to get a rocket cart to deal with the skirmishers. This could be for a ram push or a mangonel to deal with a ram push. Both players have the siege workshop here. Oh! Clips a few archers, skirmishers there. Sora actually already has handcart. That's a fast handcart. No bow saw yet. And looks like Andy's going to start orchestrating this push over here to the south. Not only is this side the undefended side of Sora, but also this helps protect his main gold. So I really like that decision here from Andy. No ballistics in yet for either player, of course. And I think Sora is probably going to be looking for the Imperial Age. Gets a couple more skirms, but that's actually okay here for Sora. Ballistics is coming in for Andy. Andy's getting another rocket cart, which means he's not getting closer to the Imperial Age, whereas Sora is.
준비.
Wheelbarrow coming in now, but again, Andy feels kind of stuck, surprisingly. We'll be able to go after the Mangonel, but there is a monk going after a high HP rocket cart, but no dice on that conversion, and no dice on the other with ballistics now in. That's actually not a bad fight here for Andy. Oh, have to be careful. All right, now we got a monastery coming in as well. But guys, Sora is going to click up to Imp. He's been pretty laser focused on it, just doing the bare minimum to defend. And I really like his approach to this game. I think Andy's playing well, but I think Sora might be one step closer to checkmating Andy. And that's a 1-for-1. More skirmishers coming in. And honestly, with handcart in, your food income is good enough at the very least to sustain better skirmisher production. But of course, at this point, on the way up to Imperial Age, we'd have to see Sora want to prioritize University. There we go. Anyway, there are 3 monks. 2 of them are over here, though. That gold is going to run out. Yeah, but you got some more gold over here. Got some more gold over there. Well, you never want to see somebody get swept. Unless it's a Fodler. Oh, nice attack round there. Wow, the invincible rocket cart does finally go down, take 130 damage. Yeah, bracer trebs, and remember, you also get the free conscription, which is really nice for Vietnamese. Ballistics is going to be in here in a moment as well. Now, Andy's done a really good job of cutting off the skirmishers from his reinforcements, but I think it's just simply a matter of there are too many skirmishers in the first place. Summoned. No, man, it's like saying Beetlejuice, man. Anyway, Imp is in. We have ballistics here. Bracer is going to be on its way in just a moment. I mean, Andy's doing a good job trying to keep the rocket carts alive, but again, there's only a limit to how much you can realistically get done with this. Yeah. Immediately getting +4 defense and chemistry. I mean, Sora's playing this perfectly, guys. All those war wagons are going to go down. Cyclops? Yeah, Cyclops is just like a super old school Turkish player. I don't think there was ever any cheating scandal with him. Anyway, GG called. Andy not getting the win yet. But yeah, really have no complaints with how Sora approached that one. He denied the gold. He just, as soon as Andy tried to secure the forward castle with Castle Age, Sora did everything he could to make sure Andy couldn't get the castle forward, which meant that he had to settle for this back castle, which meant that this castle could deny it. And then even when Andy was trying to gather that gold right there, it was very inefficient because Sora continued to pressure from there. And then, Sora did the bare minimum unit investment to get to Imperial Age, and he made it work. Good game, though. Oh yeah, Andy won Mongols over Khitans, and this means that Sora gets the win Vietnamese over Koreans. I do this, and I think it's better if I just... What?
Thanks for the casts, Mr. Ornlu Memvoy.
Sugar! That's way too generous! Thank you so much! Wow, yes, thank you. Must have been a typo. Let's see where the typo came in. Thanks for the cast, Mr. Ornlu Memvoice. I mean, it probably was, please stop the casting, Mr. Ornlu Memvoice. That one would make more sense. Money to... Well, thank you. That's very generous of you. All right, 70 seconds. Ring o' Reeds, my favorite Irish map. See, I've got this great cognitive dissonance thing going on right now, guys, and I always have. Where, I think I am underpaid as a caster relative to how good of a caster I am, and also I think anytime I actually get money that I don't deserve it. It's a really good, wombo combo of self-hatred. And also an ego. But I think a lot of people are like that. I don't think I'm even close to the only one. Big donut. There we go. Borderlands 4 streamer? I think I will stream some Borderlands 4. I am loving the game. I think that, performance issues aside, the only genuine complaint I have is that the UI is like a downgrade from Borderlands 3. Oh, well, thank you so much, Suga. I really do appreciate it. And I try to do my best to deliver a good cast for you guys. And I try and learn, and I try to improve, and try to be the best version of myself I can. Well, I actually didn't see the first two games, but yeah. Crashes and performance issues. I had a couple crashes, and the thing with the performance issues is that it takes like a few hours for all of the shaders to load. Like, I can now consistently get like 70 FPS. Do I want a world where I can get 144 FPS? But yeah. Yeah, other than that, I think the UI is kind of lousy, and I really wish we had a mini-map. But other than that... Yeah, like I said, I had some frame rate issues, like, the first few hours I played it, but now I get a very consistent, like, 60 to 70 FPS. But, like, my computer should be plenty good enough, but I think the Unreal Engine 5 games just have really high CPU requirements. But I actually think that the gameplay is great, the writing's great. Yeah, no complaints from me there. Oof. Yeah. But I expect optimizations for the game will happen over, over the upcoming weeks and months. Yeah, apparently that's an Unreal Engine 5 thing. That's what my friend was telling me. And if I look at it, my GPU usage is actually pretty low, whereas my CPU usage is relatively high. Although it's not actually maxed out. And I have a, what is it, Ryzen 8700X or something? So I have a pretty good processor for streaming. That was something that I had actually invested in having a good one of. And that's like on all low settings. I don't even know what you would require to have run the game smoothly on high settings. Yeah, Borderlands is co-op against... I mean, it's like a single-player game that you can also play co-op. Anyway, Kargisisi? Thank you so much for the sub!
Okay.
Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends. It doesn't look bad in all... No, it doesn't look bad at all. Like I said, I really enjoy the game, except for the UI. I tried that, and it does not look good. Well, thank you, Kurgit. All right, here we go. It's robot fighting time. Indeed, Andy is here. He's the Orange Burgundians to the south, Sora the Blue Burmese to the north. Nix, I don't even know if you can do that. Like, the biggest thing... That's instantly 2 dead vills. That's terrible for Sora. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the biggest thing is the lack of minimap. And I think it's something they did to make the game open world, which I really don't know why the game needs to be open world. That just feels like they're like, okay, all these other games are doing open world, so we need to do something open world ourselves. Ubisoft? Open world, yeah. I mean, basically, you just had different maps that you'd run around. -4 vills. Up to feudal age, he lost 2 vills. Now, Andy is both not up yet, nor is he actually very close to clicking up, so Sora's going to need to make something big happen here. Unfortunately, the income just seems to be quite bad. I mean, he only has 18 vills. Obviously, the income is not good. But what can he do to actually apply pressure here? I mean, Andy also is going for fishing ships. I mean, this eco difference is going to get out of control really fast. But Dark Age villagers can defend against a tower rush is the thing. So I'm not too sold on this being actually very effective. Level design? My issue so far is that I have a hard time remembering all of the different areas just because it's so huge, right? It's so huge and a lot of it looks kind of similar. Okay, archery range is incoming. Wait, where do you build the barracks? Oh, it's all the way over there. All right, Andy looking to buy himself some more time. Again, he's going to click up after this villager probably with a giganto-enormous eco. But now the tower rush can come in and you're going to have archers with it. Like, Zelda open world works because the game is, like, Hyrule has such, like, you know, impossibly varying terrains and geographies. Whereas it's actually much more realistic in Borderlands, but that also kind of makes the open world feel kind of samey. Anyway, archers are here. Scout cavalry is down, but this is actually going to be looking much worse for Andy. Once that palisade wall is down, you can probably start to think about towering again. Gonna have archer number 2 out here in a second. Oh, nice rewall there attempt, though, from Andy. Well done. And this is causing a lot of idle time. Open world? No, basically you just had different levels, and you could kind of, like, run around and do whatever you wanted in them, but you still had, like... It felt much smaller. And that you really only had your points of interest and, like, some hidden areas, but it wasn't, like, just lots of traversing over gigantic spaces, except in a few hub areas. Yeah, semi-open world, I guess is how you would call it. Anyway, Andy is going to be getting to Feudal Age soon. The rewalling attempt was actually crazy good. Yeah, saving all the weak vills. Healing up in the TC right there. And now Andy can go for his own tower here in just a moment. Or defensive galley, or whatever he wants. Yeah, I mean, this is just such good walling, man. I think Sora needed to at least start with a tower over here when Andy was still in Dark Age. It doesn't feel good, but I think that you need to prevent exactly this from happening. That's... Oh, the tower is less close to being completed than I had thought. I mean, the tower is going to go up, but there are unavoidable losses here, so to say. But yeah, the galley coming out as well is going to be gigantonormous. And yeah, everyone's going to need to retreat here. Yeah, that Bill's not going to be able to dock. GG well balled, yeah, seriously. Now, Andy cannot afford another tower, so he's just going to try and stonewall a little bit. Oh, Spearman gets a kill, and might get a second one. You do get the extra attack, remember? No, I think that guy's okay. Oh, good micro, though. Oh, nicely done from Sora, guys. Still, the food income is a huge issue. Andy still has plenty of it with the middle control. Another dock coming in here as well. Now, here's the thing, though. Andy is way ahead in resources, but he still hasn't clicked up to Castlage yet. He has neither of his buildings. Yeah, no, the extra damage. Oh, he didn't get it down in time. I mean, it's the thing is, you can be so good with your walling, but if you make one mistake, then it's just a complete disaster. And now he made one mistake, and it is a complete disaster as Sora is diving in here with his archers. There is a demo raft on the way, and obviously the galley is still going to be quite tanky, but even so, this is not what freaking Andy was looking for. The villager counts are getting closer. Now this demo needs to do work. Work, 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 work. Okay, it's going to get 2 bills. That's definitely a worthwhile demo. 31 HP left. It's basically a big tanky skirmisher right now. Andy's food income has been heavily hampered, and even these random spearmen at the back have been really annoying, which I love. You love this map? Well, thank the good hosts of RMS Cup 2, am I right, guys? All right, another galley about to be out. You don't like it? No, I love this map. I was one of the people who put that in its very first tournament. Getting, you mean double bit axe, a waste of time and resources? I think it's still worthwhile for Burgundians to do in Dark Age, and you get it for free as Burmese, so I think that, given the situation, that's totally a reasonable thing to do. Yeah, I was wondering if you'd send archers to the outside. That is exactly what Sora's doing. Now, Sora is further away from Castlage than Andy is, who does at least have the one building and actually about to have both buildings. But this is definitely very awkward. And looks like the archers are simply going to go around the outside. I love leaving one archer here to prevent the stone from being mined. I love, love, love that. Still, Castle Age is on the way here for freaking Andy. He's got stone-ish. Actually, he's going to be kind of out of it. Oh, he had to sell stone to get to Castle Age. Ooh, this is interesting, guys. Because Andy can't mine stone. Like, so what is he going to do in Castle Age? You go for Siege Push, I guess, but a Siege Push is something that you can actually slow down as Sora. How are the games? I missed the first two. Game 3 was terrible. Game 4 was a really solid one. Actually, there was a notable overchop here, so good on Andy to catch that. There's one Fire Galley out over there. Obviously, that doesn't do a whole heck of a lot, and Sora is going to click up here in just a moment. Yep. Again, Andy can Siege Push and probably will. Yeah, it was a... Like, Andy, I think, is just a lot better than Sora in Vil fighting, as instanced by the beginning of this game and the Skukuza game. So, geez, again, I still have the wrong logo up over here. It's a noob. But, like, strategically, Sora's still playing this well. Got 11 Vils on stone. He's got the stone mining upgrade. He does 0 Vils on wood. Why does he have 0 Vils on wood? Yes, he just is taking from Hunt and stuff. Oh, he's going for a castle drop. Oh, my goodness. All right, there's the Monastery and Siege Workshop, as I said. And he knows that is a... Whoa. So... Oh, it only sees 2! It only sees 2 Vils! Okay, sees a lumber camp. Mangonel's almost out. Alright. But here's the thing, the Mangonel is out. There's a big old splat right there. Double Monastery! I mean, it's not like he's rushing up the castle. It's like the forward archer there was converted. These 5 archers are still garrisoned in the watchtower, so still not the easiest thing in the world to go for a counterattack. Triple Monastery! Guys, I think this could be very difficult for Andy. Getting a half-cost redemption right now. Half-cost sanctity. And then going for the castle drop behind it. I think this could be really tough for Andy, and that's despite him having a 1,600 resource lead. Demo? Oh yeah, I mean it's not good at all to lose the demo to 1 archer. It's not worthwhile. You would think that he'd prioritize Sanctity over Devotion here, but I guess it's all right regardless. Yeah, I love that Sora didn't actually try and rush up the 650 stone to drop the YOLO aggressive castle. It's way more deliberate than that. Now, Andy himself is going to have Light Cav, though, and this castle does need to come in sooner rather than later. Even if it's, like, over here, I still think that's okay. Because there's nothing here to kill Light Cav. And now that you have the 650 stone, I really do think it's important that Sora goes for the castle drop. And he's mining stone himself, and I think Sora needs to turn the jets on, man. Hey, what's Andy doing? Using the market a lot. I don't think Andy has Atonement. A little unlucky in the lack of conversion there, but here we go! 3 Light Cav to 4 monks and a Mangonel. This should be fine. Oh, Andy's ready and waiting. He's ready and waiting. Dude, you need to just freaking place the castle. Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, there aren't even repairs coming in for the mangonel. Oh, man. No monks at all. Wait, those monks also died without getting anything done? Jeez. Andy's got his 2 stables. Yeah. I mean, I liked the initial, like, okay, let's get the monasteries down, but then it, like, Sora just got way too many monk upgrades, and he needed to at least prioritize the castle a little bit more than that. There's still only 1 monk on the field. There isn't any more... Oh, this is the thing that's happening. Literally right next to where the demo ships can come in. Yeah. I mean, it's full YOLO, right? I mean, the castle is going to come in. Nothing you can do to stop it. I don't think the castle can range the TC. Oh, wow. The demo actually didn't really get anything done. Actually, hold on. Hold on, guys. Those vills are all dead. Again, the castle can't range the TC. Yeah, losing half your eco was just a distraction so that your opponent would also lose half his eco. But yeah, like, that's a super inefficient economy. I mean, Sora's about to have the villagers killed advantage. Obviously, just way more idle TC time, though. Yeah, Andy's going to have his own castle here in just a moment, and I think he's totally fine. Sora actually has a slight lead, though, in the overall KD, but actually, does he know about the castle? He does, but there's nothing he can do about it anyway. Anyway, Rambai, you're going to need to go right back around to the outside. Honestly, bring those archers forward. Do whatever you can. Got more monks coming in. I mean, this went from a game that was completely over to one that is at least not yet over. I mean, Andy has to be prepared for a big petard bust. Oh, don't want to lose into Rambai for free. I mean, every unit has so much value for both players at this point. Andy, I think, just has Atonement. Oh, Andy doesn't have anything. Oh, my bad. Uh-oh. I mean, Andy's kind of rushing towards castle number 2. Monk. You act like that's a bad thing. Oh, here come the Light Cav. Now, I will get the monk, but obviously Light Cav are terrible versus Arambai. More monkers are on the way. I can start to work it down that tower with even those archers. No, I like the converting the tower. It forces your opponent to have to deal with you. Score is very close still. And he still has plenty of resources at home, though. He's going to be close to his own castle soon, and there's enough gold in the middle to last him quite some time.
Okay.
Of course, I love healing up the injured Arambai. Is Andy going to go for his own counter castle? Well, these random units over here would actually scout that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't think the Light Cav can take this fight at all. Like, even close. I mean, does snipe the monks, which is nice, but obviously all the Light Cav died in the process. This obviously isn't going to happen. Guys, Andy has almost double the vills of his opponent. He's 4,000 resources ahead, and that's actually just idle time, as both players have killed a ton of vills. Oh, yeah, you cannot let that Siege Workshop get converted, otherwise just make a Mangonel and just go after the TC there. Actually, that's actually going to be a thing, though. There was a forced deletion. 27 villagers killed each. Oh, wow, that was an insta. I mean, Sora literally has nobody on food right now. It is all in, baby. Sora's literally more all in than the Dallas Cowboys every single year for the past 20 years. This I don't understand at all. I mean, Andy has no food income, I guess, to make more Light Cav, but still. Yeah, Sora, again, 20 villagers only. Don't want to pay him? Exactly. Andy almost can afford a castle. Actually, no, he still needs 5 more stone. Okay, yeah, so we had to buy 200 stone right there. That's ugly. All right, castle's coming in. Wait, there were more Arambai. Dude! Oh my goodness. Okay, well... Huh. Oh, petard time. But that's where the Arambai again come in. Now, there are 4 Custelier here. Five Custelier. No petards actually at all right now. Oh, here we go. Look at this. He's trying to soak up all the conversions onto that monk so we can unleash the Custelier. That's a really smart move. TC, but you have to actually get to the bills. Sora wins. Oh my goodness. The Custelier charge was just a little too late. Wow, what an incredible game. Sora wins at the 41-minute mark with 20 villagers. That is crazy. I mean, it was a disaster for, I mean, literally living up to the tournament's name. Losing, like, you know, 14 or so vills over here, but then getting the counter castle down and completely throwing Andy off. And this counter castle, even though it actually shouldn't have gone up in the first place, just did not quite do enough. That was a wild game number 5. And it was a lot of fun. Now, Andy has actually won A-tier tournaments before. I don't think Sora has. I don't think Sora's even been to the finals of one, so this would be a big result if he could reverse sweep freaking Andy to face either Lewis or Hearttt. That was Andy's #1 home map, even. We got Triple Tunnel and Arena as our final 2 maps. Last pick. And a middling pick. So you have Spanish and Portuguese. Now, Japanese are almost certainly going to be the triple tunnel civ. Andy might go with Turks or Italians, and I think it's Portuguese Spanish on Arena. Man, I want to see triple tunnel. Okay, no, they are going Arena. I want to see Arena as the ending map, but you know, we're gonna get it game 6. All right, I gotta get some more coffee, guys. One sec, guys. Alrighty. What's up, baby?
See?
I'm sorry I'm always so sensual on this stream. I just can't help it. Alright, so.
Servidor.
It is the Iberian battle. Up here to the north in the blue, we have the paella. And into the orange, the south, it will be the bacalao. Which seafood dish will reign supreme? My actual dating life? I do have a date on Sunday, guys. I have an actual date, and this girl is really cute, and she's a freaking attorney, so she's smart, and she's really nice, so I'm hopeful. His name.
Servidora.
Presto.
I'm gonna get demolished. Yep.
Presta.
About my streaming career. So, when people ask me what I do, I am honest with them because, like,
See?
when I say that, oh, I'm a content creator, I'm not like gonna like lead with that, but I'm not gonna lie to somebody and say, pretend I'm something I'm not. One of two things happens: either they think it's really cool,
Mande?
or they just immediately stop talking to me. Hat on a hat.
Servidor.
I don't think is that a Portuguese thing to have steak and eggs?
Presto.
What happens more often? I'd actually say it's kind of 50-50.
Mande.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
See? Estou pronto.
I'm not ashamed of what I do,
Hola.
although it is unconventional and it doesn't bring in much money, but
Servidor.
I still have my advanced degree and I'm looking for a job. Anyway, Archer Rush here from Sora. I mean, it's a Spanish tower rush. Nothing too crazy.
Presta.
Tower rushing I don't think is like ever actually just bad. Linguiça? Or, yeah, linguiça I think is sausage, right?
See? Presto.
Exactly. Oven art, yeah, exactly. Look into All right, here we go. Loom is on the way here for Andy. Gonna go in here with the wall.
Estou pronto. Hola.
Sending 6 fills to do it. I mean, it's gonna be a safe. It would be very bad if it would. Okay, whew. That was close, but it's all good.
Hola.
It's all good in the hood.
Olá.
Fletching coming in.
Why?
Yeah, Stonewall's here for Andy. So this back and forth dance is very common. Andy is ahead by a lot in terms of resources, though.
See? Servidor.
Although Sora hasn't really been investing into the stone collection, so it's not
Mande?
that big of a deal. That said, he also sent 4 villagers forward instead of 2, so it's a little bit more of an investment than we often see.
Servidor.
Anyway, Castle Age on the way here for Andy. Did have to sell his stone. Or not sell his stone. Oh, no, he actually just spent all of it.
See?
Again, Sora has no stone. He cannot build another tower.
Mande.
Well, I mean, you're gonna need to do something about this, Andy, aren't you? All right, here we go again. Conks are basically even here, but yeah, you get the wall down. No vills lost. All this is very well done here from Andy. Sora is getting housed. Always a great time to pick up Town Watch. Oh, and Sora's Scout reigns supreme. Ooh, I love this. Make sure you're not getting surprise castle dropped. My ads? Indeed I did.
Hola.
Sí.
They fixed. They are fixed now.
Esto pronto.
So yeah, Andy is reacting to this about as perfectly as you could ask for. He is still ahead in resources. He is working towards a castle. He doesn't actually need to rush one up. Again, as he's not actually taking any damage right now. Any, like, real damage. His golds are forward, too. So, I mean, again, no complaints with how this has been done so far. Andy actually cancels the Mangonel. Interesting. Gonna get a monastery up instead when he sees that the vills aren't continuing to apply pressure here. Stable coming in now for Sora. He is about to click up to the Castle Age and is sending the 5 vills to stone. Obviously, if there is a route to victory in this game at this point for Sora, it probably will go through the Conquistador.
Manda esto.
First color now coming in here from Andy. He actually only had to build 2 farms. Look at all these non-horse colored farms. It is disgusting. Anyway, Andy is going to drop a castle here in a moment. And, of course, Portuguese are both fair and balanced with their feuderias. They are the Fox News of AoE 2 unique buildings. For those who don't know, that was actually Fox News' slogan for a while. Stone foxes. I'm going to harvest this fox for rocks. Feuderias. Now, I do think conks are better than organ guns in general, but kind of an embarrassment of riches at this point.
Manda.
At least Spanish have very notable downsides in that they have a weak early game, and they don't have crossbowmen. And people believe it? Uh-huh. A stone? Oh, for the Beezors. That would make Mau Mau very happy, that's for sure. Alright, organ guns are on the way. Now, Sora, meanwhile, is going to be far more interested in Imperial Age. Alright, double monastery. The Badonkadonks? Do you want Badonkadonks?
Ao seu dispor.
Wouldn't you rather have monks because they outrange the organ guns? Yeah. Also, I like that Sora's taking the forward gold first in case he's getting pushed.
Quais são as ordens?
Oh! Scouts coming in! I mean, that doesn't really feel great for Sora. Yeah, Sora is closer to Imp. Both have similar idle TC time. Andy does have better eco upgrades, though. 400 resources ahead. Castle coming in. I think it's probably fine. Yeah, especially with these extra vills coming in and the fact that he's Spanish. Are Spanish really just the fairer version of Portuguese?
Presto.
Mande.
Sí. Servidor. Servidor.
Alright, 2 relics out here for Sora. Honestly, it's pretty lucky that I was able to get even those 2 relics in the first place. Does not... Why both players have a castle at home? I think that's fine. You're gonna be faster up to imp as well. Ask the people of Western India what?
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Now, here's the thing, though. Is that Federias can still single-handedly win this game. I mean, you're going to be faster up to imp, but a minute at most. Players are slapping it? What?
Sim.
I mean, Inquisition is going to be insane here. Wait, did Andy never scout that relic? No, he did. Just isn't going for it. He's looking for other relics. Now it's going to be Sora who's going to go after it. Ferber coming in. Again, minimal eco upgrades right now for the Sky Bear. And Andy is, yeah, like I said, at most a minute slower. He has the Federias. Andy's got Bowsaw and Horse Collar. Still, Skoro escaping with 3 relics is quite nice for him. Would love to see another lumber camp, though. Also, a 3rd monastery would be good.
Presto.
Alrighty.
Si.
First trebuchets will be on the Trebu Way. Block printing coming in, you do need that. I mean, the organ guns are in enough numbers right now that it would be very scary if with only 2 extra range. Stable gonna go down. I don't think organ guns have... Yeah, they have 0 anti-building damage. I think it's because they are affected by siege engineers, but it doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, siege engineers does give them 1 more range, but doesn't give them more anti-building damage. Anyway, other sorts of relevant monk upgrades are incoming here. Now it's going to be all about that treb. About that treb. I think Theocracy's in already? No Theocracy yet. Oh, there it is. When will I make Indian food? It's on the list, but I haven't made it yet. Organ guns are... Yeah, I think organ guns are fine versus buildings. All the problems I have with the unit, that's not really one of them. Still, it's only 6 monks right now. It's not that many. Portuguese do not get illumination, remember. That would be awesome, but I don't think it's very likely. Sanctity now on its way. We do need to see some bills here with which to repair, and there are 3 of them, I guess. Still, it's not that many. Yeah, just treb production all day, every day. We already have a Federia up at the back, though, for Andy, and he is going to continue to get ahead in eco. Oh, he's doing the thingy. Pulling the walls in front. Hey, why are the monks going so far back? What? Why is he retreating? What's going on? Castle's already taken 3,000 damage. He also picked up masonry, which is cute. Oh, he didn't have atonement. Ah, okay. Now you have basically all the upgrades as the Sky Bear. Yeah, I'm really concerned, honestly, at how low the monk numbers are. Now, I mean, Inquisition is really good and should give you a nigh guaranteed win in the monk wars.
See?
What? What the heck is happening? Why isn't Sora taking the engagement? What? Dude, what the heck? He's gonna lose everything.
Is that reload?
He's got all the faith in the world on these monks. No, he didn't. He's got
See?
he's got stuff. No, he did. He did. Look, he's got all the juice he needs. That makes sense. The Portuguese were in India first before the Brits.
Terminado.
Yeah, I need to send some more vills forward to do some repair work. Also, again, another lumber camp would be a good idea. Oh, look at that. Andy already splitting up all those conversions. I mean, this is just better monk micro. Now, here's the thing. The castle is going to go down, I think. What are you doing? What? Oh, this is so not well played by Sora, unfortunately. Oh my goodness. 14 conversions to 9 technically in favor of Sora, I guess, but I mean, Andy has devotion, but no faith. Yeah, that's all evened up. This is just way better monk control. Yeah, 12,000 damage taken by the castle. The organ gun numbers can continue to climb. It just feels like Sora's being so hesitant to take fights. He has the same number of monasteries. This lack of lumber clamp replacement's killing me, guys. At least Andy did it once.
See? See? Monday?
Oh, and Andy didn't even have theocracy. Current bug where retargeting a group of monks resets the conversion timer?
Monday?
Oh, it does? I mean, Sora would almost certainly be screwed over if that's the case. That is wild. Anyway, Andy is getting some more trebs at this point. All right, here we go. It's meme time. Doesn't have supremacy though, and that one's kind of a must here. Supremacy's what? 400 food, 250 gold? Yeah, so I can't quite afford it. Oh my goodness. I mean, Andy sees everything. There's Faderia number 2 coming in. What on earth is going on here? Faith? Don't you want supremacy? I mean, it's 18 monks to 10. But Andy's monk micro is so good here anyway that it probably just doesn't even matter. Well, Faith is in. The thing that Sora does still have going for him is the Treb numbers. And he has Heresy, though. Oh, no, he doesn't have Heresy. My bad. Sora's trying to fight this one back. Alright, castle down. No supremacy. Yeah, that feels like such a big mistake. But mistakes have been something of the name of the game here for Sora. Another mistake, not repairing the Treb. It's only one monk right now. Yeah, this is over. I mean, Andy is just on... It's funny because Andy is actually behind in the conversions, and yet he still always just has so many more monks, and it feels like he's always setting up his conversions so much better. Andy will get the win 4-2. Yeah, only 5 more monks made from Andy, but it felt like he just always had so many more. And obviously the Faderias are huge as well. It just felt like Sora couldn't really commit to anything. Other units? Yes, he did, but that's just how Portuguese work. You know, that's why you need to use Inquisition to just, like, convert everything first. Because you still have the range advantage. But Sora was just so hesitant to actually take a fight. And Andy gets the well-deserved win, and will be moving on to the Grand Finals to face either Hearttt or Lewis. But again, I think that's also just Portuguese being better than Spanish in general. By devotion? I mean, it basically just cancels it out. I mean, they both had devotion, so you still had the advantage with Inquisition. But who are we supposed to cheer for between Hearttt and Lewis? That's the question. It's the battle of the hamsters. Yeah, I thought he would just go right after the organ guns, convert the organ guns, and then the organ guns blast up open the monks. I mean, there were several different things Sora could have done there, but didn't. Also, just playing Monk v Monk feels like it's just playing into what Andy's one of the best players in the world at. Now, I mean, Sora didn't know that Andy didn't have redemptions. I mean, as it happened, it would be good, but... yeah. And he does clown harder. It is a clown tournament. All right. Looks like they're going to start the draft in 5 minutes, so we can do our I'm killing games. Unique unit is bare-chested, finally. The unique units I care the most about. Has a civ bonus, unique tech, or unique ability affecting the attack speed of units. Has a civ bonus, the speed, 3 unit lines from the barracks. Okay, it's 3 units. Has a gunpowder unique unit. Yeah, Celts and Dravidians are the two that come to mind for having a bare-chested unique unit. Yeah, Plumes as well. And Jags. No, Showtails aren't bare-chested. Alright, unique tech adds HP to units. Yeah, Karambits as well. Yep, Spanish. Okay, so unique tech adds HP and then also movement speed. There is no hero unit that adds HP, only HP regeneration. Oh, wait, yeah, it's unique tech. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Shu, I think, work here? Yeah. Has 3 unit lines from the barracks. Adds HP. Doesn't work for... well, I guess Mayans also work here, but let's see if anything else works. Oh, I guess what I can do here is just go... Gunpowder unique unit. What affects the attack speed for Turks? I don't think Turks work for any of these. Yeah, this one's Bohemians. This one's Jurchens. Oh, I just don't like the look of the X's. That's it. I just don't like the look of the X's. All right, so attack speed I mean, Spanish works here as well. I mean, there just aren't that many gunpowder unique units, right? So Turks don't work. Oh, yeah, Jurchens also work here. But I don't think anything else would work at the barracks for Jurchens, because none of the other gunpowder civs have eagles or fire. Well, obviously, they don't have eagles. They don't have fire lancers. Portuguese don't have any attack speed buffs. Now, here's the thing. Doesn't Arquebus also improve cannon galleon attack speed slightly? I think it does. Like, again, the projectiles don't move as fast as Spanish, or, you know, the cannon galleon doesn't fire as fast as Spanish does, but I'm pretty sure... Oh, nope, that doesn't. My bad. Just the attack speed. Or the, you know, the projectile speed. Turtles are a gunpowder unit. But Koreans don't have an attack speed boost. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that was a tricky one. Yeah, I mean, this one had to be exactly Dravidians, Celts, Aztecs, because Mayans... I guess you could have done Vietnamese here, then. But yeah, very limited answers for all of these. This one has to be Shu. This one has to be Spanish. This one has to then be Jurchens. This one has to be Koreans. Mayans Vietnamese here is actually the only time you have a choice. Yeah, that's a good one. Well, somebody somewhere that has seen better days. Anyway, Latin America somewhere, but a poor part of Latin America. Peru? When the next match starts, whenever those plebs finish their draft. I thought I saw the Peruvian flag. Ah, it was even further inland. Iquitos is the world's largest city that cannot be reached by road. Visitors must arrive by plane or boat along the Amazon River. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it seemed very out of the way in Peru. Unfortunately, we got lat-ammed. Divine success. I love having divine success. Anyway, Africa somewhere. Shalom! Labubu... Okay, ilewo ebeuta. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Sub-Saharan Africa to know where exactly that name would be from. I mean, obviously somewhere that speaks English, but that could be, you know, Nigeria. It could be Canada. It's Canada. Okay, we're in Nigeria. There's the Nigerian flag. Yeah, so long as you do it within the time limit, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Canada is a lot poorer and more tropical than I remember. And people dress much more brightly. Hard times, faithful God. Oh, you know it's Nigeria. Somewhere in southern Nigeria. Oh. Abeokuta means under the rock, referring to the towering Olumo Rock, a massive granite outcrop that served as a fortress for the Egba people during wars in the 19th century. Somewhere that speaks French. Some abandoned, desolate location that speaks French. I think he does live in the middle of nowhere. Omsk City. Germany, that's true. I mean, I'm getting very strong middle of nowhere central France vibes. For a signpost? Well, yeah, we try and avoid that. Tour de France type area? Yeah. Well, isn't central France pretty flat? Also, there are hills here. Look at that freaking house, man. It's like an old-timey estate. I don't know. Middle of nowhere, France. Really? Jersey has its own parliament and currency and postage stamps, even though it is a crown dependency of the United Kingdom. Wait, I didn't know they spoke... I thought they spoke English. In Jersey and Guernsey. But I guess it was ruled by the French for a while. They speak tax evasion. That's also true. Oh boy. Central Asia. Big old mosque there. So who uses the Cyrillic alphabet in Central Asia? Wait, there is a Belarusian flag? There. I guess those are the same. Oh, whoa, that is the Belarusian flag. Isn't that a mosque? Looks like one. Maybe it's not. But also, Belarus doesn't have Street View. Yeah, there was the... I did notice that as well. But doesn't that seem a little dry? I do feel like it's not actually Belarus. Well, it's ex-Soviet, of course. It looks depressing. Everything's in Russian and not Belarusian. But Turkmenistan doesn't use the Cyrillic alphabet, I thought. I think they use the Latin alphabet. In fact, I think all the Central Asian countries use the Latin alphabet. Maybe it's like Chechnya? Uh-huh. Novi Urengoy is often called the gas capital of Russia and sits on one of the largest natural gas fields in the world, driving much of Russia's economy. You know what? The reason for all the Soviet-looking stuff is probably because of the workers that come in from all parts of the former Soviet Union to work there. We got Lat-Am'd and we got Russia'd. And we got Jersey'd. Oh my goodness, it's been a terrible game. See what language this is. Is that Dutch? Oh, well, Belgium. Alright, so we're in Flanders somewhere. By a river. I mean, this is at least a decently sized town. Poor and rich at the same time? That's Europe. I mean, it's Flanders. I just don't know which city in Flanders it is. I mean, yeah, probably, I don't see any French at all, so I don't think it's Brussels. Yeah, I'm gonna go Antwerp. It could be Ghent, though. Is Ghent on a river? Or, yeah, Bruges? I don't think it's as big as maybe those. Oh, it was Ghent. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Guild houses from the city's trading pass. Well, that wasn't great. We did really well in Nigeria, and we did okay in Belgium. Everything else was terrible. Oh, jeez. Are these guys done yet, man? Older, I'm afraid I am not an expert on Belgian cities. It looks like they're going to be starting on Arena. Belgium doesn't exist anyway, that's true. And Belgium, it is pretty tiny. Alright, hopefully we can get into this soon. I don't know why they're not in the lobby yet, it just feels like this is taking a long time! I'll take a quick break then, I'll be right back. Oh, hey, they're in the lobby now. I mean, you have a lot of civs at this point, so you have lots of options. All right, hopefully we get into this. Taking a very long time. Would I go Bohemians or Portuguese? I think it depends on what you want to use for other maps. But there are so many different choices here that I'm sure Hearttt and Lewis are, you know, have been busy planning everything out. Jeez, it's almost been a half hour, guys. Jeez, we're still not in the game. My goodness. Okay, looks like they remade the lobby. Portuguese versus Bohemians is a fine matchup. Fourth pick? Who knows, man? Who knows? Anyway, they finally started. Yeah. Am I asleep? No, I'm bored. There's a difference. It's because I've been waiting over a half hour for this series. Also bored? Thank you, Klavskis. I'm not complaining about the overall efficacy of the stream. I just wish that, you know, I could give you guys more entertainment than this. Waiting? There's usually not really ever a reason given. Alrighty, guys. Here we go. Game number 1. This is our second semifinal. The winner will face Andy in the Grand Finals. Of Hearttt in the red as the Portuguese to the north of Arena, and to the south in the blue as the Burmese, it will be Lewis. Plenty of stuff prepared in the downtime. I mean, that's where the GeoGuessr comes in, that's where the grid comes in, but that only really lasts so long. Right? I don't have... There really isn't a... Especially when you don't know how long the downtime is going to be. That's also part of it. It's much easier to do stuff in downtime if you're like, okay, there will be 45 minutes delay, and then the next game will start. But with AoE, it's usually, okay, we're just waiting for the players to get their act together. Oh, that goose almost got its goose cooked. I don't know, what do the other streamers... do the other streamers do really a whole lot of anything during, like, extended downtime like that? Other than maybe just playing some random, you know, browser games. Not other streamers? That's true. I'm the streamer. I am a streamer. I'm one of them of all time. All right. So let's see here. We have only 3 on wood so far for Lewis. We know he's a big trusher.
Okay.
And that certainly could be an option here. Not that Burmese are like the best trushing civ ever, but honestly, trushing you can do with any civ in any matchup. Both these civs are fantastic clowning civs. Hearttt going now over to the middle there. I mean, this all looks like Hearttt probably just wants to go for, you know, the mega clown play. And then Lewis Okay, added another Ville to wood now. Hmm. Let's see what he wants. Already a bit of a house wall. I mean, Heartt's already at 17 out of 30. Both players actually adding in a couple extra houses. Lewis knows how to clown. I mean, we don't really ever see Lewis go like full mass monks. Not usually his playstyle. I mean, he can do it, obviously, but it's not what I typically associate with him. Watching him fun. It's a learning experience. Anyway, even though he added a Ville onto wood a little bit later, it doesn't really seem like it is, you know, that significant a deviation of what we would consider a standard arena opening. Clown IRL, that's also true. 5 on the forge bushes here for our Portuguese player Heartt. Always good to see as far as that goes. Second lumber camp coming in. I guess if you're never adding a second TC, then it probably always makes sense to go double lumber camp on arena unless you're tower rushing. I feel like that would probably make the most sense. Especially if you have an early wood bonus like Portuguese do. Yes, it's sudden dessert. You'd think that, you know, you're only having your main course, but no. Boom! Suddenly a piece of cake arrives. Anyway, 24 pop up here for Lewis. Honestly, that's a little bit slow for how fast you can go for a YOLO monk stuff.
Hey.
Probably go up on 23 pretty comfortably. And obviously, since Lewis is not tower rushing, then we have to imagine he's going to go for a monk all-in. Is that like Merry and Pippin with Treebeard? Don't talk to it, Merry. Don't encourage it. All right, so Heartt can be going up on 26. Again, if this were non-Sudden Disaster Arena where you are plan on adding in TCs, then 26 pop is normal. But this feels like a light cav build, and obviously you're not going light cav here. So I'm a little curious. I mean, Portuguese are much more flexible than Burmese are because of Faderias. Anyway, Lewis is not going to be selling his stone, as he's going to have plenty of resources. When you go up on 24 pop here, you can do that just fine.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect early game from Lewis. Ah, okay, so he's going to be going archers. There you go, Kingy. I feel like, again, because Lewis isn't going up as fast as he could, this is probably going to work out better for Heartt, as he's going to have way more time to develop his army. You can see his res collector already ahead as well.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that the crossbowmen, like, hard counter monks, but are crossbowmen a reasonable choice against monks? Absolutely. There are certainly far worse things you can do. An arena? Yeah, that's because they nerfed the price of crossbow. Alright, horse collar coming in as well. It seems like Heartt's just trying to play as safe as possible. And especially since you know that you have a way better civ in the late game with Portuguese, especially on these settings, then
Sim.
yeah, I don't really hate this approach from him at all. He's even grabbing the gold mining upgrade. Wait, what is he doing? I thought he'd be coming forward.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
But the archers actually will do a nice job of countering this.
Hey.
And looks like might even delete the walls here. Yeah. Double monastery, did exactly 6 tiles of deletion. It's all good there.
Sim.
Archers are coming out across the map.
Ordens?
Wait, why did he get gold mining but not fletching?
Why?
Dude, you're freaking Portuguese. You don't need that many villas on gold. It is pretty 2015 coded, isn't it?
Olá. Sim.
But yeah, wouldn't Hearttt want a few more vills on food and wood and only have like 5 vills on gold as Portuguese here? Siege Workshop coming in. Oh, yep, there you go. Siege Workshop and Monastery both coming in. But still no fletching. He doesn't have a market, remember, so he can't buy food, so it just feels like he has too many on gold. Again, you're Portuguese. You don't need as many vills on gold.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Anyway, it's Monkin time. From the Burmese, then snipe the monks. Prophet go next. Well, I think that the idea here for Hearttt is just to chill, rely on his better eco. Again, because he's not going for crazy monk stuff. And then just go to Imperial Age. Seems perfectly fine. Anyway, Relics 1 and 2 are both coming in here for Lewis, although that one is kind of stuck right now. Sanctity is already in. Siege Workshop is not being utilized yet, though. Again, both players really don't have that much in terms of food income, as the forge bushes are now depleted. Lewis barely going to have any villagers on that resource. Double mining camp here. And remember that I'm pretty sure Burmese is a significant... Yeah, Burmese is the last pick, and Portuguese is the second pick. So, honestly, I don't even hate it for Lewis from a draft prioritization setting, because Burmese can often just, like, get a win. Oh, he's going Siege Tower. Like, Burmese are an A-tier arena civ, and Portuguese are an S-tier arena civ. So it's not that bad of a matchup, all things considered. As a Burmese Clown Fiesta can just win you games. That said, we still have to heavily favor Heartt's position at the moment. Wait, what? Oh, you know what? He probably did patrol. He's probably like me and has patrol and ungarrison on the same button. Because he just ungarrisoned the siege tower for no reason. Anyway, gate coming in over there. He's going to be on 3 relics to 1. And might be able to snag a unit there. Of course, you do need to be careful for the siege towers, but that's where all of this preemptive building from Lewis does come in. Anyway, here it's trundling around. There's Bodkin on its way. Monk is going to go down. Oh, nice job there from Hearttt. Monk siege is coming in, but obviously it's very heavily delayed. Hearttt just keeps on screwing up the siege tower, man. Oh my goodness. Again, I think he keeps on trying to patrol and just ends up ungarrisoning it. Because that's like exactly what happens with me. Anyway, Bodkin's here. Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with the siege tower approach. Loom is coming in, but it is going to be a little slow. Well, yeah, I mean, the archers are always going to be stuck. That's just kind of sacrifice you make. Yeah, just a very safe approach overall, which I like a lot from Hearttt. Again, you know that you have a huge late game advantage with Portuguese here because of the Fate areas. Like, if this were a regular arena, the Burmese player would just be able to add TCs, but obviously you can't do that in Sudden Disaster. Anyway, just deleting everything there, gets one more monk snipe. I think we could say that this is basically an even trade overall. Especially since the siege tower. Oh my god, why is it a cav archer? I think that was just a misclick. Second range coming in, university coming in, redemption coming in. 15 farms in versus 15 farms, so that's even as well. Osa on its way there for Heartt. Well, I like it for Heartt because he killed eco, and two, he also messed with his opponent's eco efficiency. Like I said, just like the longer the game just exists, the better it's going to be for Heartt. The archers are going to scale much better than the monks are.
Okay.
I mean, when you send those crossbowmen in, you expect them all to die anyway, and I feel like they did enough damage, even though the siege tower went down, and I'm sure the resources destroyed are... Oh, actually, they are in favor of Heartt by a lot. I thought it'd be much... Well, I guess it doesn't count the deleted units. Yeah. So, nominally, things are very close. Oh, he actually escaped with the siege tower. That's a nice win. Surprised that was the thing. Anyway, Heartt's going to close in on a castle here. He does have redemption in on his monkers, and he can buy a lot of time. Meanwhile, Lewis is going to click up to Im. Well done from him there. Waiting for atonement so that it's not like, oh, I try and convert the mangonels and then you just convert my monks. As Lewis himself does actually not have atonement, so Heartt playing a little needlessly safe, but obviously he doesn't know. Yeah, remember, you do not have enough range on your trebuchets to go over the walls to the TC. The walls are specifically too far away from the TC, so that you can't just forward castle on the outside and then treb the TC. I think the walls are like 18 tiles away from the TC. Good little bit of map design there. Go, Siege Tower! Go, go! Game timing is a big advantage. Honestly, a pretty interesting game number one. I'm impressed by how quickly Lewis was able to click up. But that's also in part because Heartt's playing very safe, right? So he ended up getting Bodkin for his archers, not just sticking with fletching. He ended up getting redemption for his monks. He ended up, you know, getting the university down here as well. And that does all slow down your imp. Totters could do it, but there's such a bad civ on this map in these settings anyway that it doesn't really matter. Anyway, look at it. Beautifully done here from Heartt. Oh my goodness. Good gravy. Wait. What did Heartt... straight up his monks play? Oh my god! What? On the one hand, it felt like none of Heartt's units got converted, and on the other hand, Heartt himself used up all of his conversions on, I think, one crossbowman, so he couldn't convert the mangonels. Jeez, that's weird. That's really weird. He canceled? Okay, so he did cancel Atonement, but he has Redemption. Yeah, I thought he was going for the mangonel conversion, right? Okay. Let's look at that fight again. Okay, monks are... Okay, they're all still targeting one mangonel. He needs to split up the monks to go over to the second mangonel. Okay, yeah, that gets converted. It just attacks one unit. And then it's instantly converted back because the monks are charging up on the other unit. So that's really bad monk play. Anyway, Imp is coming in. Devotion is on its way, but the Treb advantage is here for Lewis. And because of the stone that's going to need to be spent repairing the castle, he actually can't afford a Faderia as well, which also feels like a nice win. Racer Chemistry coming in. Oh yeah, this game is still absolutely within reach here for Lewis. He's close to another castle. He still has several monks alive. He's got block printing in. This could be tricky. We have a ram even on the way. It is a lot of crossbowmen, but the castle is going to come in here. Oh, nice snipe there in the Mangonel. Lewis really doing a nice job splitting up his monk conversions. And he has the accuracy, but no illumination yet. Castle goes down. Now, you guys, now is when you just start walking forward with your trebuchets, or trundling forward, and just go after the TC. I think Hearttt might be dead here. I think Hearttt really screwed up that fight on the way to Imp. Hearttt invested a lot more into Castle Age than Lewis did, and Lewis was still trying to get the forward position. That really shouldn't have worked out. You don't even go after the Siege Workshop, just go after the TC. Heck, you can even start converting the Siege Workshop if you want. Yeah, it's over. Lewis takes game number 1. Hearttt only had 1 treb. Lewis had 5. He had the second castle come in. Yeah, Hearttt had amazing KD. Lewis only had 10 conversions for 23 monks, which actually isn't all that great. Yeah, Hearttt really underinvesting into the stone. And I think just not respecting the forward potential. No, I mean, he still could have. If he'd taken a better fight at the front of his base, he would have been fine. But he obviously did not. And so Lewis was able to exploit that very effectively. All right, so Lewis takes game number 1, and that is the Burmese getting the win over Portuguese, which is a huge draft win. Last pick versus first pick that wasn't sniped. That's pretty darn good for him. But yeah, it was really that decisive fight where, again, Lewis, with much less investment into army, was able to get map control and a forward castle down. Alright, Rumble Jungle is next. Again, like, there are plenty of good civs available. Lithuanians are good. Byzantines are good. Britons are good. Spanish are good. See, guys, this is why draft analysis can often be kind of weird, especially when you have a tournament that has a lot of very similar styles of maps. You instant garrison immediately when you click on the drop-off. Oh, really? Is that a bug right now? Anyway, Hearttt, Armenians and Italians are good. Turks are good. Bohemians are good. Koreans are good. I mean, like, there are so many different permutations of how you can set up your civs here. Good civ. Well, I mean, it's true, right? I think that the choices that you make with the civs that you have here are far more important. All the big names? Yeah. In a while, for sure. But the thing is, that sort of draft analysis works a lot better if it's a tournament that has a varied map pool. Because it's a situation where, for instance, Malay, Portuguese, and Bohemians are all about as good on most of the maps. Because most of the maps are, you know, walled or easily defendable early on, and then you go for the FC aggression. So it just becomes where exactly you want to pick your civs. The only difference is Lithuanians are probably better on this map than any others relative to how they are on other maps, but Lithuanians are still probably not as good as a civ like Byzantines are. Although it's pretty close. Japanese are going to be for the forest pond map, though, so I mean, that's a pretty straightforward one. Anyway, 20 seconds. We'll get here into game number 2. Alrighty, here we are, game number 2. It will feature Lewis, who won game number 1. And he'll be to the south as the Byzantines. And it will be Hearttt in the red as the Turks to the north. Got that good old Manzikert matchup. Well, Manzikert all the way through the, you know, Siege of Constantinople. All right, so as to, I mean, it's a Byzantines matchup. Both civs are fine here. They have their win conditions. Byzantines really do like having that cheaper Imperial Age to help deal with Turks. Notably, though, from a draft priority perspective, Byzantines are the first pick for Lewis, and Turks are the last pick from Hearttt. So complete reversal of the last game. So if Hearttt can get the win here with Turks over Byzantines, then the draft loss, so to say, from the first game is going to be negated. Yeah, but Byzantines as the first pick are kind of surprising to me. Are they ever a first pick civ? Round of 16? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But then again, other than Hera these days, nobody's, it feels like, is all that consistent. These days it feels like, you know, in any given tournament, like somebody's going to have a bad day and lose when they don't expect to lose. Anyway, only 5 seconds idle time for Hearttt. How do you even do that as Turks? That's pretty impressive. Oh, it is an easy clap here for Turks. Oh, thanks, Romful. 1,000 new low range. There you go.
My second streamer where I can say happy 2 years. Hope you do well and you can enjoy streaming.
You know, it's tricky because I do love streaming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it for so long. I wish I didn't have the financial pressure to, you know, be more successful and try to be the very best that no one ever was and, you know, compare myself to other streamers, but if I can get a good job otherwise and I can just do this for fun like John Slow does, then, I mean, I have no intention of stopping my streaming completely. Consistent. No one ever can keep me down? Well, I have heard that before. I don't know where. But yeah, really, really good start. Like, you almost always have idle time, and like a decent amount of it, like Lewis does. But yeah, Hearttt and Nikov actually both are two of players that come to mind that aren't in the top 5 that always seem to have very consistent starts. Two Vils coming forward here as well. And a wall here in the middle-ish. Serious dad energy, yeah. Alright, so it seems like here Hearttt is just interested in not walling the narrow area at the edge of the map on both sides, but doing it here in the top, and then walling to the TC on the other side. Really drove the Chinese start to perfection? I wouldn't say Hearttt was the only one, but he was certainly one of them. Why not wall in the relic? Because it's not really that big of a deal. There's so much gold on this map that relic control isn't usually decisive. We just wanted the walls done faster so he could send the vills back home faster. Anyway, it seems like Lewis is basically doing the exact opposite, where walling to the TC on this side with his houses and whatnot, and then walling forward to the south. Anyway, no tower rushing or anything like that here. Probably both players going to click to feudal age around 50 villagers. Again, if you're thinking, okay, when do you click up with a 2 TC start, you can actually just double the villager count that you would in a normal game. So 43 villagers is kind of like, 21 pop-up. Or I guess 22 pop-up. Anyway, Lewis is going to take that extra step. He could have just walled in over here and not really bothered, or walled there to get one relic, but nope. Lewis does want to get both relics. Favorite Civ? I mean, in terms of draft priority, they definitely are much higher priority for Lewis than Turks are for Hearttt. That said, I still think that Byzantines and Turks are both fine. Number 1 civ on this map? I think Bengalis are the number 1 civ on this map. I think 4 villagers when you get to both feudal and castle age is just wild. Hindustanis are probably the second best. And we already did double layers of walls coming in. Is this Heartt's number 1 home map? Yes, it is. So maybe Turks are picked here specifically to counter Byzantines. Like, he sees the Byzantines first pick, and then he just goes, okay, let's go Turks against that, because they're not really a priority otherwise for either player. Worst civ on every map? Yep. They're not a good one, that's for sure. Waited for Lewis to win a set. Interesting that Lewis is farming extensively in the middle, which means he expects perhaps more pressure on the outside, because obviously you want to farm where it's safest. Because this is a lot of wood invested here. Whereas Hearttt has some farms over here and some farms over here. But overall, much, much, much faster build here from Hearttt. Surely that means it's safer? Not necessarily. Hello, Malamadre. DBA coming in now for Hearttt. This is a lot of farms in the middle. I don't really like this. Oh, the other semifinal was Sora versus Andy. And Andy won. Why don't I do stream on weekdays? I just didn't stream yesterday. I think there was like another day I didn't stream. Anyway, some scooter bugs are coming in here. Yeah, Lewis is probably going for a fast imp. Or close to it. Maybe not like an immediate Imperial Age, but again, close to it. Oh, look at this mining camp situation for Lewis. Feels good, man. Oh, both mining upgrades here. With the real life again? I mean, yesterday I was a little bit sleepy, and the viewer numbers have been really bad for this tournament, so I wasn't even planning on streaming this tournament today. But you guys guilt-tripped me on Discord. So I thought might as well just enjoy Borderlands 4, which I did most of yesterday. But also, I don't like not streaming and not doing a YouTube video because I feel like I need to constantly be working. Otherwise, I'm not doing what I should be with my life. And what's a scooter bug? Come on, woman, please. A scooter bug is clearly a scout cavalry. How is that not obvious? Months? I mean, I think it's just because T90's been streaming it a lot, and most of the viewers watch him. Hello, complaints? The only legit complaints I have with the game is that the UI isn't very good. Is not a good thing. It isn't a good thing health-wise, but it is a good thing in terms of, you know, being able to help out with my family financially and try to save up myself. Which part of the UI? Not having a mini-map is really rough. And then the gun UI, like the menu UI for the guns, is also pretty bad for no reason. Like scooter bug, exactly. But everything else I love about the game. But high-end machines? The performance issues definitely exist, but a lot of that is also that you need to play the game for a few hours for all the shaders to load in, and then it improves your frame rate a lot. But yeah, Heartt's actually up faster, which is pretty crazy. But again, he had a really good build. That said, castle is just now coming forward, and there is already a defensive castle for Lewis, so I think it's actually fine. No, he's going to be able to go pikeman. Remember, you have a decent eco here as Byzantines. I need to decompress. Oh, yeah, I mean, I try very hard to not burn myself out of AoE 2 and not burn myself with streaming. But yes, I also think that having a good work-life balance is important. If you made it feel like you made a fatal mistake. That's true. I mean, yeah, he's got the double barracks. I would like to see the pikeman upgrade maybe be a little bit more of a priority, but I don't actually think it's that big of a deal so long as Lewis can defend properly, and I think he will be able to. I mean, no, you're trying to push here in the middle. You got some monk upgrades incoming. The issue, though, is going to be artillery. And again, Turks are... One of the reasons Turks are pretty happy on this map is because... Although you can play them on, you know, 30, 35 vils, Turks have very expensive units and like having a bit of a larger eco. I could ever burn out. I don't know. I don't sleep very well. A little bit stressed these days. Yeah, I just want to split your trub production between two castles here, ideally. Remember, the map doesn't have that much stone on it. You can see this stone is about to run out. This stone still has a little bit more on it. Tickling a corgi? The corgi is a lot of work. He is both a stress reliever and a stress inducer. Anyway, artillery is not in yet for Heartt. So, same range for the bombards and the monks. And nice snipe there on the siege workshop, although another one is coming in for Heartt. But this is what I was saying. I wish the Halby stuff was prioritized a little bit more. But to be fair, we already have some hand cannons coming in. Oh, nice snipe there on the Trebs, although the trebuchet itself actually also goes down, so it's kind of a moot point. Charlie Kirk? No. There's artillery coming in. And like I said, that's what's going to make things much more difficult here for the Byzantines, as Zero Empires would say. It's lost a real... Yeah, right. Forcing the villagers there to leave the wood line. actually just chopping over here. Oh, nice hits there from Hearttt. Honestly, well done here from Lewis. The hand cannon numbers are still at their fledgling stage. Castle goes down. Repairvilles are here as needed. I mean, remember, this was a big issue for Sora in the previous series, was having the Trebs repaired properly. And now we have some more stables coming in, but we already have some cheap Byzantine pikemen here. Gonna even start the conversion on the Siege Workshop. That bombard cannon has to be deleted there. That doesn't feel good at all. Oh, Lewis is doing great. Oh, deleting a monastery too also feels kind of ugly. Remember, both TCs do need to go down. So it's not like you can just snipe one. Byzantine army numbers are climbing. Resources collected are still in favor of Hearttt. But remember, it's just the discounts of the Byzantine army is so huge. And getting those Treb numbers out and keeping them alive is also a huge advantage. And Hearttt is not mining any stone there. He has all those idle vills. 22 idols right now for Heartt's actually really rough. Ooh. And again, artillery is one of, if not the most important tool that Turks have here against Byzantines. And you do have 3 bombard cannons at least, but yeah, you don't want redemption. Just go ahead and get devotion. Yeah, don't play monks as Turks against Byzantines. Oh, again, good bombard cannon hit. But now the Trebs are going to be getting a lot closer to the TC. And then once that goes down, then you just start chopping over here. You don't have onagers in. Okay, that's a nice hit as well. I mean, I don't know what that Treb was doing. But yeah, even though some of these bombard cannon hits are very good, it's a very tough situation, and there's one conversion in. Oh boy. Alb here as well. And here's the thing, the bombard cannons are at least slowly whittling down the monk numbers, which means that if the hand cannon numbers can climb a bit, that would be huge, but it feels like Heartt's just losing way too much as is. And there's the GG already. Wow, Lewis up 2-0, and 2-0 pretty fast. Like, honestly, very well done. Got to imp at a good time. 2 defensive castles here to help get enough Trebs out. Go Halb plus Monk, and yeah, good execution. All right, Hearttt losing his #1 home map, but with his last Civ versus his opponent's first Civ. The confidence of youth and we are old and bitter, exactly. All right, Koala is the next map. I hear it is a pretty koala-y map. Oh, Civs here. Could go Lithuanians, could go Georgians. I think that makes the most sense. And then Armenians, Chinese, Gurjaras for Hearttt. Ornlu a stretch. Also, I might not be able to cast the finals tomorrow because of my date. It is a lunch date. It could be an Onimaru final. I know, I know. Cast, oh yeah. Data and internet cafe. Now we're going to a ramen place in Milwaukee. God. Milwaukee? No, I'm from Chicago area. But I live like halfway between Chicago and Milwaukee, so it's just an hour drive. But no, she's not from Wisconsin. She just went to university, then has a job there. She can watch. I did not know. All right, we have our Mountain Royals matchup now. All right, so Hearttt can be in the red as the Armenians to the southwest down 0-2. Just, I don't know, game number 1, it felt like Hearttt just took a very awkward fight that he shouldn't have. In game 2, it felt like he was just outplayed by Lewis. So let's see what he can do here. Lewis is going to be the Blue Georgians to the northeast, so it is that the battle of the mule carts. The consequence of game 1. I mean, I guess in terms of like Civ flipping draft priorities, but again, I don't think Byzantines inherently have a big lead over Turks. I just think that the early game was screwed up by Hearttt, and he was like trying to push, but you're trying to like push Byzantines, and then he wasn't really able to get to his bombard cannon numbers fast enough. Archers of love and not war. Well, they don't have an attack, so yeah, basically. I mean, they're good for sure. I don't think they're like exceptionally good that no other Civ dare challenge them. I also just don't generally believe in Byzantines having crushing matchups. The koala's drunk. Well, the koala actually has ears that look like koala ears, and that's not like just perfectly on the sides. And yeah, it's not like Indians on slopes at all. It is the opposite of that, in fact. There we go. No, yep, it is a lame free koala. Upside down koala, that's true. Oh, that's a rough mill spot. Yeah, I mean, it's just an unfortunate first house from Lewis. The new chlamydia vaccine? Well, we'll have to check out at the John Oliver Koala Chlamydia Ward to know for sure. Does the koala always have a woodline passage above its forehead? It does, yes. Yeah, very peaceful early game. As far as do I prefer Georgians or Armenians, they're both fine. if this were non-sudden death, I'd prefer Georgians just because they do better in higher eco situations. But with both sides on one TC, I think that it becomes a much more even matchup. Pattern baldness, something like that. Good sudden death map? Yeah, certainly. Wouldn't have any problems with that. The thing that wouldn't really be used for Fractal, though, is that you can, you chop to the outside, and then you can expand your eco there, and, regular AoE 2, whereas you can't do that in Sudden Death, so it would play a much more like Socotra, so I don't really think you need to have that on top of Socotra, or Sudden Disaster specifically. It's a map that plays much more differently than Socotra in RM than it does in Sudden Death, I guess, is how I would phrase it. Best Sudden Death match? Oh yeah, for sure. Bohemian's #1 pick because they're the only civ that can boom well with trade carts. Maybe Bengalis as well, with getting a little bit of extra food. Because your eco will be like almost entirely trade carts. The one map, the island with the correct versus Sudden Death. I just don't like that map in general. Yeah, but you have to get a castle to get Silk Road. Would that slow down the trade boom too much? I don't know. Anyway, Lewis just going for, aggress. Actually, whoa, 17 pop no loom is literally as fast as it gets. With standard resource starts, I don't think I've seen anything faster than that that isn't a meme. Meanwhile, Heartt's going on 23 pop, which is going to actually be for an FC. Yeah, Mongols, Georgians, and Khmer are the 3 civs that can actually do 17 pop no loom with normal resources. More like hamster. I mean, it's just these two players, man. They're the hamsteriest of the hamsters. Anyway, Tower Rush coming in here from Lewis, and now it's just going to be, can Heartt make it to Castle Age safely? You do have gold and stone in the back. Isn't a real build? Yeah, like, there's a difference between being physically able to do it and it being a meme. Or, it being a legitimate build to go for. Anyway, the forward forge bushes here does mean that an aggressive tower will really hamper Heartt's ability to click to Castle Age. I mean, you do need this forage bush food. Well, he doesn't have a barracks. He can't go for the spearman. And he needs the resources for his market and blacksmith anyway. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the tower ranges the forage bushes, but yeah, it's all good. Thought it was strong, but also wasn't. You have to find the deer within the first 30 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm trying to average it out across what you can do consistently. But yeah, I guess if you get a Mongol's dream start, then you could probably do it, but yeah. 12 pop. Well, in William Wallace 5, you start with way more resources than normal. Yeah, I don't like the fast castle builds on this map at all. It's too easy to deny your forage bushes, and you still have a lot of surface area you need to wall early on. Yeah, this stone hauling in the relics. Oh, I love that. Can he click up? Nope. Not yet. Like, even if math... Again, it's like, if... Okay, he's gonna click up to Castle Age. 29 seconds idle time isn't great, but it isn't a complete disaster. His sheep? Oh, he did miss 2 of his turkeys. Oh, yeah, that is just a mistake. Probably just thought they were lamed. But that's just in part because people just push in all of their deer as quickly as possible. Now you can just take those turkeys yourself, actually, as Lewis, for what that's worth. And this isn't a, like, insane investment from Lewis. There isn't an archery range yet. You can't see those walls. What do you mean? These walls? I mean, you have to assume that, you know, Lewis is going to wall. Oh, the relic balls. Yeah, that's a little awk. Blacksmith coming in. Yeah, Lewis isn't going to be that far behind. And obviously... Actually, Hearttt is still ahead in resources. That's pretty impressive. Armenian double bit axe is nice. Lewis really is a top 3 player? I wouldn't go that far. Alright. Spearman coming out. And there we go. So similar idle TC for each player. Looks like Hearttt wants to go forward. And Hearttt does have 8 farms now, which is okay. Oop. Where's that Phil going? Oh, you just want her to hug the spearman? Hello, Dr. Phobius. Like we should. Well, how'd he do in Valhalla? Oh. I mean, Castle Age coming in. Again, Hearttt is doing a really nice job with his macro here. All right, forward fortified church incoming. I mean, if you get 7 relics as Armenians, it is pretty insane. And by the way, I do actually like stonewalling in the relics, especially against Armenians. For this exact reason. Otherwise, Hearttt would literally have all 3 by now. Oh! What? I had no idea he got there in time. Yeah. That is a huge mistake. All right, now it's going to be a fortified church coming in for blue. Light cav coming in as well. Neither player has any stone with which to do anything. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Oh, man, guys. Also, he's not getting the pikeman upgrade, which I find it kind of surprising. Another Vil goes down. Oh, look at this. Snatch the pebble from my hand, grasshopper. Yeah, why isn't he getting pikeman, guys? He's got a market. And he's got so much gold. Got Husbando in. Still, though, Rez are in favor of Hearttt. He's got a Siege Workshop coming in and a Don't you want to ramp? Knock down the fortified church and I guess he sees the Siege Workshop there. Guys, wait, Heartt's lost a lot of you. Okay, well, I guess you can do. I guess you can just do that. I really didn't consider just get the free mangonel hit when I really should have. Good attack rounds there. Seriously, though, why isn't he getting pikemen? I mean, yeah, getting a free mangonel hit's pretty good. No, he has a market. He's got so many unspent resources right now. Another fortified church coming in. Nicely done there from Lewis. Feels like there's a lot Heartt could be doing. With how fast of a player Heartt is, you'd honestly expect slightly better multitasking. Ooh, thought that hit though for Lewis. Good attack round there from Heartt. And first fortified church is down, but still, you have another mangonel on its way, and Lewis is mining stone for a castle. Stable is over there, not going after that one yet. Of course, the Siege Workshop is the most important building. That isn't a town center. Oh, nice kill there from Lewis. With extreme bias? Does Dave have bias against or for Heartt? I don't really know. Anyway, defensive fortified church coming in there. Redemption is on its way, but there's the castle. Oh, nice. Well, less nice. Still can apply pressure to the side of Lewis's base, though, so it's not like it's all smooth sailing just yet. You still do have the 4 relics to 0, and again, 1,000 more resources for Heartt. Well, game marches onward. Eco balance is pretty rough, though, for Lewis. Okay, there's pikemen. It feels like that could have come in ages ago, and he also mangonelled some of his own dudes right there. I mean, I guess you... Oh! A fine hit! So I feel like just the macro from Heartt's off this game. But you know what? You get that good of a mangonel hit, you can't complain too much about Heartt's play this game, right? I'm not going to complain too much about a guy who just takes all the fights he needs to and is actually still ahead in resources. And you can build this castle within range of the TC, and that is not necessarily, but quite possibly a game-winning move. Yeah, Heartt knows about this castle. Anyway, it's the mangonel. Don't mangonel your own dudes. Okay, well, that's just a 1-for-1. That's not going to be good enough for Lewis. I mean... The micro has been great from Heartt. And in terms of at least gathering a bunch of resources that he can use on stuff, that's also been very good. So your AoE 101 is going quite well for Heartt. And I think strategically going for the infantry monk play, again, a very good idea. That feels a little optimistic, though. Anyway, castle's in. Now the castle can just go after the TC. Tonement's in. Oh, you can also go for some petars if you want to. Got a ram here. Wait, now Heartt has no vills on... Okay. Someone's weird with Heartt's eco management, but he'll get there. He'll get there. Guys, did you know that you shouldn't destroy your own mangonel for no reason? There aren't any pikemen left either, which I would be quite a bit concerned about, in fact. Random outposts over here, but they're not going to do a whole lot. I mean, right there, he's just looking for some gold to mine. Repairs on TCs? Yes, they do. It's all building repairs. It's not just stone defenses. Yup. Whoop. Now, Lewis does have a bunch of mangonels prepared. Nope, just buildings. One of the changes I want to see for Sicilians is sergeants being able to repair siege. But I guess it might be kind of weird. Or siege and ships, but not buildings. Sergeants repair, well, they can repair the donjons, I think, but... Anyway, here we go. There you go. Well done there for Hearttt. Very, very well done. It looked really rough for him at the start, but he was still able to get to Castle Age and still get his eco going. He was able to push across the map, and of course, that big mangonel hit was really the decider. Lewis was unable to take a good fight from there on out. Mechanic needs a tweak? What do you mean? TCs? Well, they don't have any specific bonus against TCs. Just TCs don't have that much HP. Alright, that was the Armenians winning over the Georgians. Yeah, but TCs aren't stone defense. Siege bonus plus petard ability to repair siege. Yeah, I guess making repair siege in early Castle Age might be OP. Anyway, Wellsprings looks like it's going to be the next map. It is Lewis's #1 home map. And yeah, that was a good solid game of AoE too. Repair rams? Would it be super broken in late game? Yeah, I think maybe locking it behind... Like, I would rather have that be the Castle Age unique tech, allowing sergeants being able to repair ships in siege. Repair rams from the inside? Okay, that would be broken. Then First Crusade, just spawning a bunch of units randomly. I think that's way more interesting. The Crusade, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. Be right back, and we'll get into game number 4. All right. Oh, military units become... Was it feudalism? Alrighty, guys. Britain's here for Lewis to the west of Wellsprings and to the east in the red as the Gurjaras. It is Hearttt. So Gurjaras I like for this map because what you can do is, since you don't need to gather the sheep anyway, and you need to get an early mill to gather from the shorefish, you can just get all the sheep in the mill and then also have your villagers gathering from shorefish to get a really strong start. Also, what's up with this little area? It looks a little goofy. Beyond that, though, Britons versus Gurjaras. To me, Britons are always a little weird in 1TC settings. Because on the one hand, your longbowmen, like castle drop longbowmen, can be really, really cost efficient. And then, on the other hand, Britons are generally speaking a high eco civ, right? They like having lots of resources and then just slowly creeping across with their, archers and pikemen and all that stuff. The thing is, Gurjaras are also kind of a high eco civ. Kind of curious. And also, like, look at this. The Britons aren't able to use their sheep bonus because it's still,
Yay. Ready.
It's still better to gather from shorefish. Low eco potential? Is bugged? Oh. Yeah, no, it'll destroy the walls anyway, right? It destroys the walls nearby. With Siege Monk? I mean, the Armored Elephants can be very good, for sure. If they can fish the aqueducts, it makes all the sense in the world. Why they just get the enormous amount of fish swimming in them? That seems like it would do a lot to make the aqueduct significantly less clean for the potable water. Yeah, I didn't think this would be an issue. What was I saying, though? Oh, yeah, the thing with Gurjara low eco is that if Gurjaras are going low eco, it's usually very low eco, right? Like super fast armored elephants with some Shravamsha Rider or Monk support.
Yay.
And if you just have a defensive castle as Britons, it feels like it's not going to be all that great. Elephant archers? Well, Gurjara elephant archers can be very cheap on the food cost, right? They're only, what, 45 food? 80 gold? With Kshatriyas. Yeah, I mean, again, Gurjara elephants are really freaking good. They got the Castle Age siege engineers before Jurchens did. Actually, now that I think about it, Jurchen Rams and Castle Age with siege engineers are exactly the same DPS as Gurjara armored elephants. Wait, no, it's 30% in Castle Age. My bad. I thought it was 10, 20, 30. No. It's 20, 30, 40. So you actually get better than siege engineers. And siege engineers plus. Second null the shorefish? I think so. Both are doing it, and I would if I were either of these guys as well. But yeah, late game, longbowmen are still going to nuke a unit that only has 4 pierce armor. A little bit awkward in terms of how the forests spawn, but Hearttt was able to make that work. Yeah, no idea why they start with 201 stone, but they do. It is a thing. But I read on Reddit, guys, that Gurjaras are one of the worst civs in the game right now. a statement that makes absolutely no sense to me, as it feels like Rajaras are one of the best civs in the game on anything that's a land map. Especially more open ones. Anyway, Lou's getting a very early Lu. I mean, obviously you're full walled. Ah, okay, that's why. He's going to Mindstone. He wants to get that castle drop. Are really that a line? I think Punkajar Monk make you happy. That's true. It would make me very happy. I don't know. I guess people just put so much stock in win rates. And that's just not something I really understood, because AoE 2 is such a hard game that civilization balance doesn't really matter for most people. Especially if it's a hard civ like your Jaras, which are probably a top 5 hardest civ to play in the game. Yeah, everything's fine on my end. Anyway, Hearttt is ahead in resources collected. Because let me look at it. You're not able to take sheep as Britons. It's a little ugly. Isn't what strong? What wins is what is consistent and what is easy to execute. Which is, guess what? Cav civs. Especially ones that have a good eco.
Yay? Ready.
Which is true all the way up to high levels, by the way. It's only once you really get to the tippy top levels that, you know, the civs that have a lower ceiling generally aren't as popular anyway. Like Mills? Oh man, that would be so lame though. You destroy the aqueduct in your base and your opponent has no way of knowing, and all their vills just explode.
Brayton? Ready.
I mean, it's still important to be able to play to the strengths of your civ. And in that way, balance does matter. As obviously some civs are much easier to play to their strengths than others. And also, how good are those strengths anyway? And it's also about trying to figure out what you need to do in your opponent's situation, or given your opponent's map and matchup and all that stuff. Anyway, Castle Edge is going to be in later for Lewis because he is going for a castle drop. And you can see here what he's doing is he made sure he gathered all the stone he could early on, so that when his opponent took map control, he'd already have enough for the castle. This is not what you want, though. Shanks, oh, well, I mean... Whoa! Oh my, if Lewis baited Hearttt back out, that would have been, let's just say a masterful bait.
Mandatum.
Not really in Egypt, but perhaps not thinking things through or having the best understanding of what is necessary. Anyway, this is a sudden disaster, one might even say, right now for Lewis.
Yay?
Just can't let your opponent's army in like that. Cav upgrades, you now even have a full-fledged camel.
Mandatum.
Plus one bill. But Heartt's eco is doing really well, and now you can start armored elephanting. And now that Hearttt is in the correct age and can make his siege unit, Hearttt literally is an elephant in castle, or has an elephant in castle. Yeah, but where are you putting a castle that's feeling good right now is Lewis? Here? Those win rates mean?
Mandatum.
Again, it's...
Ready. Yay? Mandatum.
Again, AoE is a really, really hard and complex game. And although win rates matter to some extent,
Grayton.
I would look much more at tournament pick rates as to what the actual balance is, because that's when you're absolutely trying to min-max, so to say, and trying to exploit anything a Civ can do. Yeah, shorefish are better than boars, so take those. Do you analyze it? I mean, they do the same thing in football too, and it annoys the heck out of me. Especially ladder win rates. Especially ladder win rates. No, I don't think tournament win rates matter that much because, one, the sample size is never large enough. Also, there's a player skill level disparity a lot. Because tournament win rates and ladder win rates both have different problems. Because ladder win rates, it's just, again, it's about ease of execution and what you can repeat a ton of times over. And it's also just heavily skewed towards Arabia and, to a lesser extent, Arena. Whereas tournaments have a lot more map variety. And the player, you know, players are going full tryhard and they're trying to use what is absolutely best. But there's also a much greater disparity in skill level oftentimes, especially, you know, early rounds in the tournament, and the sample size is so low anyway that I'd also question that as well. Although one tournament, or one map tournaments, I do think can also impact that as well. Anyway, Lewis's eco is big Sag right now. Is lost 6 villagers. And there is a reasonable chance Hearttt could get a faster Imperial Age. And now he's going to go after the Aqueduct. He's made his own farming transition so that the loss of the Aqueduct is not as catastrophic for him. His eco upgrades are better. Map of the Vest? Exactly. That will skew. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Ready.
it's not that tournament win rates or ladder win rates are literally useless information, but it's only one data point. To me, the most useful data point is tournament pick rate. So how often are civs getting drafted? Or played if it's hidden pick? It's still not perfect because, in general, pro players are super conservative when it comes to trying anything new. Yeah, pick/ban, exactly. Rip that deer, man. What did it ever do to you? Dragon's draft. That's also very fair. Well, Cubans, I do think, are a very good arena civ. I think they're an S tier arena civ.
Yay, mandatum. Yay.
But I also think that what makes it difficult is I do think that there is an important qualitative aspect to balance that often gets lost in the wet work, which is can be written off as vibes, but I think you have to take like an analytic look at, you know, a wide array of games and think, okay, what could these players do given the situation? But I think that there's something, especially on the internet, of qualitative analysis being seen as less valuable. But like I said, there is no one single aspect that is going to be like the perfect tell-all. Anyway, Beer Brother, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a Wolf and Friends. I mean, it's just discourse in general seems so heavily weighted towards just throwing stats at your whoever disagrees with you. But I think that the issue is also the lack of critical thinking. Because to do both any sort of qualitative analysis and to synthesize qualitative analysis with quantitative analysis and also trying to look at, several different data points and viewpoints. That requires a lot of critical thinking, which is, again, kind of a lost start. Yeah, Lewis is on his way up. I do think it's really strange that Hearttt didn't try and go up himself, but this is the issue with Gurjaro's on a low eco, like I was saying, where you can be on low eco, but because your army is so expensive and not very population efficient, it's really tough to actually be able to click up or afford army at both.
Yay.
The best way to actually figure out balance would be, league-style tournament with as evenly matched top-level players as possible that also has, like, some degree of random pick in it. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. What are you doing, Lewis? Hey, guys, do you know what you don't want to do? Oh, no. Oh, no, Lewis. The Shravamsha riders are not that poorly upgraded. I mean, I get that he needed to save his army, but why was he so far out here in the first place?
Yay.
Mirrored at both players. Well, I mean, again, people would hate that because it screws with competitive integrity. Shravamsha? Yes, he did, but that's why when you're on your way up to Imperial Age and have no map control, you don't just walk out of your base with your army, which is something that you see people generally avoid doing. $11 dead vills now, Hearttt with a big numbers advantage, but still, Bracer is in. On what map they want to play them, because we get mirror matchups, and mirror matchups are, one, boring for viewers, and two, players don't like it because it means they can't prepare. Players really like being able to prepare civs and strategies for maps, which I never really understood because most of the time there's a very consistent meta that develops anyway. Yeoman is very expensive, guys. It's 750 wood and 450 gold. Guys, doesn't Hearttt just want to click up to Imp? I don't think you can win this in Castle Age. Not as many mirror matchups, because one, there are just way more civs now, so you don't even need mirror matchups for a large number of situations. Buff Britons? I mean, it just makes Britons better at what they're already good at. The issue with Britons is that they're not at all flexible. They have bad cav archers. Their skirmishers are, like, okay, but... yeah, bad cavalry and cav archers in a very mobility-oriented meta is not great. Hearttt dies if he goes Imp. But I don't think he can actually kill Lewis right now. I mean, Lewis's eco is a disaster. To his credit, though, Lewis does have an outpost over here. Yeah, I mean, Britons are not very good in the current meta. And I also think power creep is part of the issue there, in that there are too many civs that have both strong economies and flexible tech trees.
Ready.
Whereas in like AOC, the really strong eco civs, you know, Persians, Britons, Chinese. Well, Chinese were kind of an asterisk. Okay, again, you can push back Lewis very nicely here, but... to what end? You're not going to kill him. I mean, Lewis is just going to jump in and out of the castle like this. Unless Hearttt just throws away all of his units. This is so weird, guys. More stables coming in. Yeah, but like not with that many vills there with which to repair. Like I said, I don't know how Hearttt actually wins the video game in Castle Age unless he can checkmate Lewis into resigning. I don't think there's actually a way for him to deal a killing blow. Back? Oh, wow, they got 12 more vills. Oh, wow. Okay. Don't know. I must have gone through the gate. Or maybe there's a hole there. Yeah, Lewis has chem.
Mandatum.
You can tell by the flaming arrows. Okay, Hearttt might have just done enough to checkmate Lewis here. I don't think he could necessarily, you know, have counted on killing that many vills, but that's just kind of how it worked out. And again, not going to blame a guy for doing something that works out. Like, I would have waited for Lewis to try and push out of his base to go for this instead of just running all my Shravamshas in like that. But, again, I'm not going to knock a guy for doing something that works, and this is clearly working for Hearttt. Lewis, no way Lewis can win this fight. He doesn't even have any defense upgrades. I mean, yeah, Lewis is slightly ahead in resources destroyed, but his eco is just comically far behind. And that's actually the last Trev that's going to go down. You lost all your wood income. I mean, yeah, you're super dead.
Mandatum.
You're not going to win the game with 12 longbowmen. Guess he's going to try and go for the petards. But it's going to be really easy to run in and snipe the petards with the Shravamsha riders. Best rating unit? I mean, it always has been. Yeah. It's super over. Oh, with the scorpion hits too. Just to put the exclamation mark on that one. And Hearttt ties up the series 2-2. 77 Shravamsha riders, 28 longbowmen. And it really came down to the early letting in of the cavalry units, which led to the secondary raid, which killed like 11 villagers, to the third raid that killed like another 20 villagers, and it just, everything got out of control there for Lewis's defense. Competitive series, though, for sure. Both players are doing some stuff very well. Both players are making a few mistakes here and there. Punish vills? Well, they're... Yeah, it's one TC only, so if you lose villagers, there's no way to catch up to your opponent's eco if they're also making villagers. I know that's Gurjara's over Britain, similar draft priority there. Anyway, that was Lewis's #1 home map too, so both players losing their #1 home map. Kind of interesting. And we'll have to see what the next one's going to be. Thanks so much, everyone who's watching, by the way. Hope you're all having a lovely Saturday. Do we know when the finals are going to be tomorrow? Because if it's in the morning, I should be able to cast it. Okay, it's at 10 o'clock. I need to leave around 1:45. So I can cast for like an hour and 45 minutes. Game mode? Oh, the first sudden Dessaster was a ton of fun. No, I had all the faith in the world that this would be a fun tournament. Image already? Yeah, but he was in a situation where how does he actually beat his opponent? Because he can't leave his base. Because the second that Lewis leaves his base, he gets surrounded and killed by the much faster army. And he can't really go for the win condition there, his win condition to snipe his opponent's TC, because again, the second you leave your base, you're getting surrounded and killed by Shravamsha riders. Now, it also was basically impossible for Hearttt to deal the finishing blow there, but because he ended up getting so many more villager kills than he probably should have, again, if there was like literal perfect play on both sides, then it all kind of worked out for Hearttt. Because again, he checkmated Lewis even if he didn't directly kill him. Anyway, Triple Tunnel is next. Probably going to be Japanese for Lewis and Italians for Hearttt. Which would leave Akare and Ring of Reeds. Akare is probably Korean Spanish. And Ring of Reeds... What's Lewis's Ring of Reeds, Civ? Go Bohemians on Ring of Reeds' Heart. Huh? Maybe Persians? Well, Spanish are is Akare, Civ, I thought. Unless you can't just go... You don't want to go Lithuanians or Persians. Oh, okay. I thought Japanese were for this map. Because, you know, Japanese fish boom and all that. Work on Ring of Reeds? I'd rather have Bohemians there. Alrighty, guys. Interesting series so far, for sure. And hello, Hassan. Lewis is going to be the blue Persians to the west of the map. Now, Persians are a very good civ for this map as well, although I tend to like Japanese a little bit more, as they're better in low eco situations than Persians. But Persians are still a very good civ for this map. The east in the red, as the Italians, as expected, it will be Hearttt. So... Also, the reason I don't love Persians here is that you're pretty confident you're going up against Italians based off of, again, the draft at this point. Again, this is the part of the draft where things actually become, I think, a lot more interesting to talk about. When things actually get narrowed down a little bit. So, you have these 4 civs as an option on this map, and especially with Akare and... Ring of Reeds being the final maps, it's pretty clear to me that it's going to be Koreans on Akare, Bohemians on Ring of Reeds, and then it's Italians here, and then you don't use Chinese. Like, they're all very good civs for Hearttt. But it's also, much more straightforward, I guess, in terms of what he's playing. For Lewis, Spanish feel like they make all the sense in the world for Akare, because we've just seen how many times Conquistadors can just win you the game. But Japanese or Persians both can kind of work here. Would you rather have Japanese versus Italians or Persians versus Italians? I would much rather have Japanese versus Italians, personally. They're better in like a low eco situation than Persians, as their units are cheaper. And you can similarly out-eco with Japanese on this map, as can Persians. Yeah, it's part of my Discord chat on screen. It's part of the Twitch rules that I can't have any non-Twitch chat on screen. Alright, let's see how this one goes here for Lewis. I mean, Persians can totally work versus Italians, as again, Persians are a very good civ in this on this map. Faster working TC and dock. Chances? They do. I mean, this isn't a civ loss by any means. But I think it's just a matter of, if you're trying to maximize your chances to win the series, I would rather have Japanese here than Persians. But maybe that's just me. Maybe, you know, Lewis disagrees and thinks that Persians are better versus Italians than Japanese are. Cheaper. I mean, Italians are a great civ themselves here, for sure. I mean, yeah, I just love Japanese fish boom. I love that they have good monks as well, and I think Genoese crossbowmen are also a very real possibility on a map where you could, like, go for a defensive castle, just start getting out your unique unit. The CA bonus? For Persians or for Japanese? Because I think it's fine with Persians. And it gives them a decent option that is something other than a stable unit. Especially because their castle unique unit is just not one that's good at all in Castle Age. Oh, yeah, the Japanese one I don't like it. I've never liked it. I would much rather see the... Well, I think the best thing for balance is for them to lose the... just lose the Cav Archer bonus. I think the best thing for interesting design would be for them to lose Bloodlines. So, looks like Lewis is going to click up here in just a moment. Hearttt probably will as well. There he goes. And neither of this looks like a fast castle, which I like, as fast castling on this map usually seems like a great way to die horribly. Significantly. I mean, Japanese have great, you know, fully upgraded archers, top tier infantry, great monks. I mean, you have options. And again, in the world where they lose Bloodlines, they keep the Cav Archer bonus, so your Cav Archers are still very good in mid-game. Borderlands? Yeah, it's one of my favorite franchises. Alright, so Lewis is going to be a villager or two ahead as by the time Feudal Age comes around. Wait. Yeah, but you have one of the best halbs in the game and also fully upgraded skirmishers. Like I said, I think the easiest way to balance them is just to remove the CA bonus, and then I think the Civ is probably just fine. I still think it would be a bit more interesting to remove Bloodlines, because I think that Bloodlines is just too ubiquitous across too many civilizations. All right. They have the Britain treatment. What's the Britain treatment? All right, so kind of interesting here for Lewis. Perfectly symmetrical walls. Grades except Bloodlines? Well, you don't have Hussar and you don't have Paladin. Better than special archer units? What do you mean? Almost full. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any other civ that has the exact same stable tech tree as Britain's.
سلام آماده.
Oh, I mean, unfortunately, it depends. It's an answer you'll get a lot when you ask AoE questions, but most of the times, in terms of which unit do you want over which other unit, or which army composition, or which civilization, there are simply too many variables to have such simplistic answers. Now, if you are specifically Britons, you longbowmen are much better than Briton cav archers, because Briton cav archers miss a lot of upgrades and have no bonuses. But in terms of, in general, it's very situational. Anyway, 11 fishing ships to 8. Hearttt is fish booming away here with the Italians, who are also a top-tier fish booming civ with the cheaper fishing ships themselves. And Hearttt is playing really safe. Both players are, honestly. Just some scouts, getting their eco down, and going to be taking things towards Castle Age. Although with his savings, Hearttt is likely going to be faster. Get the, the double discount right on both the fishing ships and on the age up. Although Lewis should have a better eco over time, and he is ahead by like 400 resources right now. Not really a skirms counter. That's true. All nuances of AoE 2 are lost once the skirmisher enters the party. Alright, a little bit of a love tap right there. Yeah, I can see how much closer to Castle Age Hearttt is. Now, in terms of timing potential, this could still be very scary, but considering Hearttt has no map control, it's probably not that big of a deal for Lewis, because so long as Lewis can still just pump out a ton of fishing ships, then, his eco's still going to continue to be better. Which he probably thinks is a bit better, considering how, it has that little bit of a score lead. The Fearmishers. Although again, Hearttt seemingly just having better unit production. So that was a band-aid to the fact that Bengalis otherwise had skirmishers be very strong against all of their best units except battle elephants. Although, like, if you remember when Bengalis came out, it was basically the civ that died to skirmishers. Because they didn't have knights, and they didn't have very good siege. I mean, they had, like, okay siege, but not great. And their monks aren't very good against skirmishers. Is it a super interesting bonus? No, but I think it is probably necessary for their balance. Okay, extra board coming in. Oh, actually, kind of late with the double bit axe there from Hearttt. Probably part of the reason that he's so far behind in resources. Alpskirm? Not necessarily. I mean, their armies are significantly more population efficient. But Bengali is just kind of a weird civ. All right. 15 to 16 fishing ships, so Lewis a bit slower but steadier in terms of growing his eco. Also, the thing with Italians is that you're not really making a very food-intensive army most of the time, at least, on this map in this matchup. So you don't want, like, 40 fishing ships because you don't need 40 farmers. So you'd rather just send those villagers to other resources, but then there becomes a point when the investment of the fishing ships isn't really that worthwhile. Well, Bengalis are still a top pick on tons of different maps. Any sort of closed map or water map, Bengalis are a top tier pick. And there are a lot of water and closed maps. And it's any kind of, like, it could be a boom closed map or an aggressive closed map. Bengalis are still going to be very good. Anyway, Gilnut's coming in, Bowsaw as well. Lewis, though, now can be getting ahead in terms of villagers for the time being. And we got a second stable coming in and just going to be going double stable cavalry. Yeah, when you have a civ that has a very powerful economy, your options in terms of map viability opens up a lot. Well, Lewis has spent 5 stone on an outpost and is just going over there. Okay, so Heartt's gonna go to Imp, but like, what is he gonna do with it? Very dynamic, because it's hard for Bengalis to get to that late game army composition, right? And it's not like it's necessarily the best post-imp army because they don't have gunpowder, which again is how you balance the Bengali, otherwise very, very strong late game.
Ari?
Yeah, imp is... But going monks when you have no map control against Persians? I don't know. I mean, Lewis already is making a bunch of light cav. But yeah, I mean, Bengalis are a top-tier civ in general. Again, super common pick in tournaments on tons of different maps. Alright, University coming in, Bowsaw and Gillnets as well for Lewis. And like I said, Persians have a very food-intensive army, so they like having all the fishing ships they can get. And yeah, Persian eco is still very, very good. But I'm just not sold on this for Heartt. Yeah, I mean, Bengalis are absolutely at their weakest on open maps. But they're still playable. Anyway, Stonewall's coming forward. Lewis obviously has a good idea that his opponent is going to be up faster, but obviously that Phil is going to be having a sad day. Those scouts are going to need to dip out. You can see that Heartt is trying to make a switch over into archers. Camel's going to try and push right back. Lewis himself is on his way up to Imp. Sleeper bottom tier open map civ. It's something that is definitely something the devs noticed. But yeah, that's just, again, civ power level is way too high these days for an older civ like Turks to compete. Like, Turks are a decent pick on closed maps, and can be very strong in some situations, but like, that's literally the only time they're even remotely useful. And they're not... It's like Bohemians, right? You literally only ever use Bohemians on closed maps, but they're, like, the best closed map civ, arguably. Anyway, Castle coming in here in the middle. And creating a longer point, or longer route for your opponent to attack you is certainly not a bad thing. But this is where Italians are going to shine, in that they just have a much cheaper army than Persians do. It's going to be tough to get to Savar. Almost all maps? I would say that the best map for Turks is Black Forest, and Bohemians are just as good as Turks on Black Forest, and Bohemians are probably better in almost every other setting. So that just makes Turks even better where they're already very good. The issue with Turks is that they have an expensive army and a bad eco. Imp. Well, it was a very passive game, so players could just click up to Imp without too much issue. And Turks? I was specifically referring to 1v1 BF, which is already incredibly specific. But yes, Bohemians, I think, are a better overall civ on Black Forest than Turks are. Yeah, I guess super mobility dominated map Turks are better, but they're still very bad. Again, this is why I'd much rather see nerfs to the most of the top civs than buffs to Turks, because Turks, I think, are fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with Turks. Are a pretty good civ? Yeah, that's incredibly niche. Oh, no splat. Anyway, again, you're 3,000 resources ahead right now as Lewis. Can he actually get enough of an army here? Ballistics is in, and of course, trying to reroute Heartt's army back home is quite nice as well. And at the very least, Heartt... Wait, he's going pikeman? Wouldn't he prioritize Arb? Also, only 14 vills on gold doesn't really feel great. Okay, yeah, no, he's getting Arb. Yeah, just had to use the market a bit. But all of this does is... Or all of this is buying time for Lewis. And of course, the closer he gets to Savar, the better. Heartt hasn't really been mining stone very intensively, so he's only going to be getting his first castle pretty soon. Yeah, the issue with Turks is not, can they win the game if they have Hussar plus Cav Archer? The issue with Turks is they fall behind in Feudal Age and Early Castle Age against almost every single civ. So that's kind of the issue there. There's so many better civs. Anyway, Savar coming in. I mean, Lewis has more units than Heartt does when Lewis is Persians. Yeah, Heartt was getting housed, and I don't know, this just doesn't feel very exciting for Heartt. I thought he'd be trying to work towards Genoese crossbowmen, because it's such a hard unit for Persians to deal with. Where the university is banned? I mean, you just go Cav Civ every time. No ballistics to ever worry about. I mean, it's like Heartt was trying to hit a timing here, but he had no map control, so actually hitting said timing is almost impossible. And he really is falling behind in eco. Meanwhile, more docks coming in here from Lewis. Of course, just fishing away. All there to the south. I mean, it should just be the case of once the Savars come out, you are going to have a hard time taking a good fight as Heartt. That said, for his part, oh, jeez. Well, here we are. Pikemen are, in fact, fighting the camels first instead of the Savars. Castle is here, though. And the Arbs can just pop into it. And that's exactly what they do. Still, it's a lot of Savars out. And Arbs, not the best unit in the world versus Savar, and Heartt just taps out. Yep. Yeah, I just wasn't the biggest fan there of Heartt's approach. It's like you were trying to go fast impish, but you had no map control at all. It takes so long to get across the map, and Persians are just cruising to Savar, which just hard counter your army. Yeah, a little bit odd. Yeah, just not even trying to go onto stone very quickly. Persians over Italians. So both players have 2 of their top 4 picks left for the final 2 maps, which are going to be Lewis's home maps both, Carré and Ring of Reeds. So we'll have to see what Hearttt is going to go for. It looks like it will be Ring of Reeds. Yeah, no, this is looking great for Lewis. I mean, Spanish for Carré is fantastic, although Koreans might be one of the better civs at dealing with them. Unless he goes something other than Spanish here. Does he go Spanish here on Ring of Reeds? The thing is, Spanish is Lewis's best civ on both a Carré and Ring of Reeds. On Ring of Reeds, possibly. It's not a bad pick, but it doesn't feel exciting. It doesn't get me going. Myself. I'm sorry, I just get so excited when I see a good closed map, civ on a closed map. Long day of games, honestly. I mean, we started almost an hour late and we're 4.5 hours into the stream. Although it is a Saturday. I'm sure they'll start at any minute. Well, I think they've also been just taking a long time to get into the games. They've been taking a bit between games. The games themselves have been longer. All right. 1 minute, 10 seconds. I don't know how on earth you do it. Bohemians are such a hard civ to balance design-wise. Like, there was a time when you could play Teutons on, like, super open maps because they were actually very good in Extended Feudal Age because of the discounted farm bonus and the Tower Rush bonus. So Teutons were actually a pretty good Feudal Age aggressive civ, while also being designed, you know, even since Age of Kings, as being more of a closed map, late game, slower civ. Bohemians, they don't have that. There is no situation where you want to pick Bohemians on a map that you spend any amount of time in Dark and a Feudal Age. Bohemians, because they're too good on closed maps and not good enough on anything else. All right, guys, one game away from his first A-tier grand finals. Like, this has been a great performance from Lewis overall. I'm afraid Lewis haters are having a bad day today. He'll be the blue Japanese to the northwest and to the southeast in the red as the Bohemians. Tournament life on the line. It will be Hearttt. So, he is going Japanese, that is Lewis. They're not a bad pick. Are they a Bohemians level pick? No. It's always a good day. That's true. It's the broccoli haircut, guys. The zillennial in me just doesn't understand it. Yeah. Koreans and Chinese are Heartt's last two saves, so it's going to be Koreans if it goes to a carry. And Lewis would have Spanish. Now, maybe you're going to try and go Men-at-Arms as Lewis? I'm not too sold on Men-at-Arms working. But whatever it is, it's likely going to be something that's much more Feudal Age oriented. As like I said, where Bohemians are at their saddest is if they have to play Dark and Feudal Age. Koreans, Hindus, Persians. Good. I mean, they're okay, right? They have a very strong Men-at-Arm rush. The cheap mill can be nice for, you know, early fighting for the middle of the map. You know, again, it is a Men-at-Arm plus Tower Rush map where that can work. Although typically it's just Archer plus Tower Rush because you don't want to completely nuke your own eco. Incas do feel like they had a major rework. But in terms of design, all of those civs that they actually did rework, I think are in way, way better position. Get a perm? Yes, they do. It's really bizarre. It's like we're going back to the 80s. Lead pipes? Oh my goodness. Pompadours. I want to get my anime-style mullet back. The rework? Because Incas had no identity before. Their identity was villager plus tower rushing, and that was it. Now they're the counter unit focused of the American civs. Defense and counter units. And they have the broadest tech tree. Oh, yeah, but they weren't very good at it. It was the problem. Courier's back? Oh, for the movement speed buff? I feel like the armor fits more in the identity with Incas. Actually bad at it? Yeah. It's important for all of the American civs to be very good in the early game because you have no cavalry options, so you need to be able to assert map control on anything close to an open map. And Incas were very bad at doing that. Your parents did his uncle? Yep, that's true. For Incas? I feel like the tanky units, though, definitely matches Incas. Did World War II? Oh no. Anyway, 4 fishing ships here for Hearttt. Makes plenty of sense. He does not want to play aggressively as Bohemians, because why would you ever want to do that? For change. But, like, do you not like Incas now? I feel like Incas are in a pretty good spot. And the castle unique tech. No longer fully upgraded champs. Well, the no longer fully upgraded champs is a very sad moment, but... Wait a minute. Yes, they do. Oh, wait, no, they don't have Gambesons. I mean, they could probably get Gambesons. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. Anyway, tower coming in. And it's basically exactly what we predicted. Hearttt trying to skip Feudal Age, and then Lewis going for the Men-at-Arm plus Tower Rush. Good discount. I think it works when it's attached to a Civ that doesn't really have that much of an eco bonus otherwise. Because they're fine. I mean, smaller farms would be kind of interesting for sure, but in a world where civs like Bohemians exist, like, Incas, in my mind, are so much lower on the problems list. Anyway, Market Blacksmith coming in. Hearttt is, of course, going to try and scooch his way up to the Castle Age. Yeah, I mean, this game is going about exactly as I would have predicted. Defensive tower coming in. And... there we go. Don't think so. Nope, no arson. What else was he going to do here? I mean, destroying the houses is nice. Blacksmith bonus? Yes, but that meant that the Noboru Rush existed, which was unfun. Villager rushing is like one of the least fun things to play against. More fun? Yes, but you have to remember that it's like Obsidian Arrows. Those strats are really fun to watch as, like, something that you see once in a while. It actually wasn't fun to watch at all, because it was literally used every single time with Incas. Again, people just liked it when they didn't see it much before. And it's like, oh, wow, this is coming out of nowhere. It's such a surprise. But you watch, say, 10 games of Incas in a row when they all do the exact same thing. It's really, really boring. But I think just people didn't see all that much. And if you only watch, like, the occasional T90 video, which I think a lot of people do as far as tournament viewing goes, then it'll look very exciting. Anyway, Hearttt has reached the Castle Age. Lewis is about to click up. Both scouts go down. The phosphorus strats too. Again, it's the same exact thing where there just isn't any variation. It's why Phosphor, people like watching the pro players go up against Phosphor occasionally, but they don't like watching Phosphor's stream. Almost Harris, not a bad habit to have. Double Monastery coming in for Heartt. He's also going to pick up War Galley. He's also going to continue to be housed, which is kind of awkward. Oh, going to be a nice kill here. It was actually used on every single aggressive map in the tournaments. Socotra was one of them, but by no means the only one. Oh, rip that Spearman. Obviously, the fire ships are going to do very well against the fire galleys. Super ugly? Yeah, that's also true. Bad Eagle, skirms, and smaller discount. Incas are one of the most efficient feudal age civs in the game. They have one of the cheapest armies out there. Like, their army is already very cheap. And with the discount, it's just, like, super, super cheap. And they have a very flexible tech tree. Yeah, Lewis is certainly going to be working towards castle drop, although he is adding in another tower. I'm not too sure about this. Again, like, Aztecs are all about the super powerful but expensive and fragile units. Mayans are all about having a one or, very limited options, but executing those options very well and just being very smooth throughout the entire game. And Incas are all about... Incas are, in some ways, the opposite, right? They're all about being flexible and countering whatever your opponent's doing. I think those are, as far as getting 3 American civs, that's all interesting, unique identities. Well, this looks pretty derpy, but I get the idea here for Heartt. He doesn't want to get castle dropped, right? The issue is that this isn't going to work at denying the castle drop. That is the problem. Also, a couple scouts are out, which is cute. Mobility, I think that it's okay. Like, to have that as another American civ option if, again, they have the design space to add in more American civs. No, Mayans aren't really a mobility-focused civ. I mean, I guess the Plumed Archers are the most mobile of the unique units, but... I wouldn't consider Mayans a mobile civ. Anyway, oh boy. Now, we know that Red knows he has map control over here in the back. He's also got 4 villager kills. Wow. Okay, Stonegate coming in here as well. But you're not going to be able to actually stop the castle drop. I don't know why he's still unless he wants to go for his own defensive castle too. You get a lot of stone as the Bohemians. Castle, well, this is going to be a problem way before then. Okay, things are going to be getting weird, guys. Yeah, I think it's going to be offensive castle plus defensive castle. Yeah, now he's trying to pull some bills off stone. The scouts aren't really doing a whole lot. Resources collected are very even. Also, do you go for petards here as Heartt? I don't think so. If I'm Heartt, I'm just going for some Hussite wagons. Lewis has no wood income right now. Yeah, I think Lewis is going to try and sneak his way up to Imp, which would be very well done if he can. Because Lewis hasn't been spamming stone mining like Heartt has. Anyway, Hearttt is actually... Is he going to go for another aggressive... Okay, no, he's going for the defensive cast. That's what I thought. But why does Hearttt have so many idols? I don't love that. I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like you want all hands on deck. Yeah, Lewis clicks up 0 vills on wood. Was just trying to get all them resources. I really don't like the petards. I'd rather see him like go for some Hussite wagons to harass those villagers. You can still sneak out of to the north of your base with monks. But it does feel like you kind of die to Trebs anyway. Again, having the middle just gives you a ton more food. Like, look at this difference in food collected for Lewis. Done well? Oh yeah, he sure does. And he's doing it anyway. He's doing it live. Wait, why is he only going petards? What? No? Oh, he's gonna try and drop another castle. Okay. Wait, then what do you need the petards for? Huh? Yeah, fortified wall would be great, but you don't have a university right now as Lewis. Although maybe you could prioritize one, honestly. It wouldn't be the worst thing I've ever seen. This probably also should have happened way sooner. And when I say probably, I mean it should have happened way sooner. Those scouts are having a bad day. I mean, basically now it's just... You need to treb the TC. On a timer! There's no way you have of killing the trebuchets as Hearttt. You also have no real way of stopping the petards. Obviously, you know, you have vills there with which to repair. That stone wall's gonna go down real fast, though. I feel like this is probably Heartt's game. It sure is a base race. Now, you do need vills here to repair. That's just the first trebuchet that's coming out. And you can't take too long, otherwise that exact thing is going to happen. Also, unit pathfinding is going to be a bit of an issue here for both players. That's probably going to be a dead petard here in a second. What are you doing? What? Guys, what the heck is happening? What? Okay, I don't think the DE path... This has to be misclicking, right? Does Lewis win? I think Lewis wins. What? Yeah, no way of enough, you can only get that repaired for a few more seconds. I mean, guys, you're gonna run out of wood really, really soon. It just really feels like Hearttt screwed up his petards. Guys, you're not keeping a TC alive against 3 times. It's gonna be literally one more volley and it's over. Yep. Lewis wins 4-2. I mean, that was just such bad petard mismanagement. It just, you know, you punch through some of the walls and then the villagers just go and repair. I mean, yeah. Wow. That really did feel like a screw up from Hearttt. This castle didn't do anything. And Lewis, guys, his first A-tier grand finals. Very well done for him. And good play. Good stuff. I mean, he needed to focus down each layer of wall and then the TC all at once. Or maybe he tried to right-click the TC and didn't see another layer of wall, but something happened. Well, unfortunate, but that is going to be it for today, guys. I still might stream some more Borderlands in the future, but I'll try and cast the finals tomorrow. We'll see how long I can do it. Yeah, definitely good series. Lewis getting past Valas, Barles, Sebastian, Hearttt is not an easy group at all. So well done. All right, I'll try and see you guys tomorrow.